Unmute.
I have been talking for so long and no one can hear me because I forgot to press the buttons. You know, we learn. We trying.
Look at this. We have sound.
Yes, we have all this technology, including sound. Okay, everyone can hear me now. Is there sound now? Are we all Gucci? One person can hear me at least.
That could be only one.
Okay, we're good. And then Michaela's also helping, being a lovely moderator. Okay, so to give you the long and short of it, welcome to Dungeon Brawl. We're going to be doing a weekly show here, 8 p.m. EST every single Saturday, or as many Saturdays as we can fit in case life, happens. I get hit by a bus or something weird goes on like that. Who knows? I don't know. So we're going to be doing this every single week with a varying cast. Today we've got Wheeler, Kelly, Dee Dee, and Words, who are going to play some very interesting characters. We'll be doing this. The cast will potentially vary every week. We may get some guest stars. We may ask some people. So if you know anyone, you want us to reach out to anyone, leave a comment. Or go to the new Discord that we have linked in the chat. Yes, I will not get hit by a bus. No worries, guys. If you want to, you can go to that Discord link and join the server. You'll get announcements for whenever we stream. You'll get little stream announcements if you ever want to see the streams that we like to watch from other D&D creators. Or make suggestions, chat with us, lots of cool stuff. We also have a Twitter and an Instagram now. Stream of MT on Twitter and Discord, or Twitter and Instagram. It is right below me, right here. You guys can just look at that, copy that, go to the Twitter, go to the Instagrams. Everyone roughly knows where to point. We're coordinated today, apparently. Nope, Wheeler. Nope. There you go. Wheeler's got it. Words are on the wrong side. Dee Dee, you are in the corner. We're not coordinated, okay? Let's just go with that.
I forget. It's reversed, okay? I was pointing to the name of our Twitch because that's where everything is.
I gotta put the part on the other side of my hair so it looks normal.
Yeah. Anyways, so if you guys want to go follow us on Twitter and Instagram or join the Discord server, cool stuff. You'll get announcements, you'll get information, and you might catch a little bit of a brief introduction whenever we start new shows, because we've got this one and we've got potentially some other cool stuff like a campaign or two coming up, or potentially hanging out and just painting some minis. Who knows? Stay tuned for announcements of different shows that we may have up and coming. So, I believe that is all the things that I had to say at the beginning of this. Anyone else would like some input?
We don't have merch.
Unfortunately, I can't just be like, Laura Bailey, go do some merch stuff, or Sam, go do some advertisement plugs, because we don't have money. It's fine.
Wait, what's money?
Yeah, what money?
Yeah,
what?
We don't get that here. This is
Wait, you guys are getting paid?
Wait, what?
I have spent way too much money on random crap for this so far. So much serotonin. I am so glad that we can provide you with some amount of serotonin. Well, if we got nothing better to do, I do believe let us get started with the campaign.
Indubitably.
So welcome everyone. The four of you have been chosen to represent the four Fey courts in the annual Feywild Games. Annual to the Fey. You mortal creatures might find it a little bit different. But, alas, each of you has been nominated to compete and champion us in these games for the amusement of the Fae and for potential boons that they may give you in the future. So as we begin, we're slowly led up to the doors before the Fae. This gala that you have been told to dress appropriately for, we hope, Some of you a little bit more well-dressed than others, but we'll get there. The first person that we'll bring in for this. Eam, you walk up to the door.
Hey, I'm sorry, I don't normally wear clothes, so...
It is fine. Do not worry too much. The Fae next to you, who you recognize as your consort from the summer courts, looks towards you. Just whenever you go out, just accept the praise, do whatever little posing you want to do, and we will guide you to your seat for the first opening gala.
Sounds good.
As you begin walking forward, the summer court agent that is following you opens the doors, and you walk out into a broad, high-ceilinged dining gala room. Large trees lead up to 4 heavy pedestals, almost diazes, where tables of various fae sit a little bit elevated above the rest, and small circular tables dot the rest of the space. As you're led forward, the summer court stands forward, and one of their servants, reading off of a piece of paper, says, "Welcome! As we begin the Feywild Games, we present the Summer Court's champion, Eam!" And a raucous applause breaks out in front of you.
I just bow slightly.
A Fae steps in front of you, kind of guiding you to a little central table, circular with 4 chairs dotted around it, in the very middle of the gala hall.
May I ask what Eam looks like? Sorry.
Yes. Sorry. Let's all introduce ourselves. Eam.
Yeah. So, Eam is a kind of golden feathered eagle kind of looking head with some fro out the back, Aarakocra, who is noticeably missing wings. Where the wings are, there seem to be like 2 leather patches that kind of just drape over the shoulders and kind of like a monk style, not really tunic or cloak, just kind of drape over and cover where the you can't see, but for anyone who knows him, where the cuts are, where his wings were severed in a battle long ago. He wears basically no clothing, very drifty, like poofy pants. The musculature on him is not necessarily bulky, but lank. He looks very lithe, but quick. And he seems to, for people who are paying attention, every once in a while, as he kind of like rubs his hands together, you swear you see like the faintest spark of light just kind of arc between both of his hands, and he kind of shakes it off and just looks around. Very quiet, but resigned to himself and interested into what exactly he's gotten himself into.
As you slowly take your seat, you hear another Fae from a different Diaz get up. This one dressed in bright yellows and greens and flowers decorating their entire vestment. And at the spring court, would like to present our champion. As you open the door, you see a small goblin walk out. Smith, if you would like to introduce yourself.
So Smith is tiny for a goblin. They are wearing what they approximate to be an appropriate outfit for one of these things. It's not. Leave that up to your own imaginations. They're green with like hints of blue throughout their skin, and as you look closer, you can actually see peeking out from underneath their clothes, you can see Lichtenberg scars trailing down their neck, and they just kind of wave and just skip over to whoever just introduced themselves, and just like, where do I go? What's going on?
Over there. And one of the Fae slowly kind of guides you to the central table, where you are.
All right, I'll
sat.
go over to the central table, and if Eames waving at me, real hard.
So you are sat clockwise or counterclockwise one spot from Eam.
It's good to meet you.
I didn't hear what your name was through the door, so I was honestly not paying attention.
No, it's okay. The name is Im.
Nice to meet you, Ian.
It's nice to meet you, Smith.
You hear another Fae step up. And the Winter Court would like to present our champion, Gray. As the doors open, and a human walks forward in armor. If you'd like to introduce yourself, Gray.
Yes, Gray is about 6'3". He's pretty muscular. He kind of walks out slowly, just kind of surveying around him, just taking everything in. He has short hair on the side, slick back, long hair, in a ponytail that's kind of like a dirty blonde color, green eyes, and he's actually holding his sword on his shoulder because he's not quite sure. He's always kind of, you can tell he's relaxed, but he's also ready for like anything to happen, and he just kind of looks around and makes his way very casually to where he's being directed. He doesn't really say anything. He just kind of nods.
And similar to the others, you're slowly directed by your Fae guide to a spot counterclockwise from Smith, walking past Eam and Smith on the way through.
He just nods to the two and then kind of cheers and then sees a sword and sits down.
And last but not least, the final Fae stands up. This one dressed in long orange and crimson robes. Boy, and the Autumn Court would like to present our champion, Terra. As the doors open, you see an elf walk forward. If you'd like to introduce yourself, Terra.
Yeah, sure. So, Terra's pretty tall, very pale, dark black hair cut into a bob. Looks very much stoic. She, kind of just does a once over to like everything in the entire situation and then just goes, and then gently glides forward, almost as if she is floating. And behind her, her cloak billows in the wind.
And you are guided to the last seat, clockwise from Eam and across from Smith, and a little bit counterclockwise from Gray. You're all sat at this broad, probably almost 15-foot wide circular table. Each with small plates in front of you, kind of a preparation for a dinner setting. As Terra takes her seat, looking between the 4 daises that are kind of each one supported behind each of you, representing what you could assume is the nobles of this court, though none of you have actually met them so far. You kind of got dragged into this and you walked through some trees that made an archway and everything started feeling a little bit funky afterwards. But off to the far side of the room, a slightly taller dais stands up over top of the rest, and you see a hush go across the room. And looking up towards there, you see a tall, well-dressed in a bright crimson and blue adornment of jacket with heavy jeweling to it. A tall fae with pale skin and black hair pulled back taut into a ponytail. Welcome, everyone, to the Feywild Games. Or at least, that's the closest approximation we have in our lovely guest's tongue. And as a courtesy, so we are not leaving you out, I'll continue the ceremony in common. It is a great honor to have you four here representing our court in this competition. And winning, hopefully, some boons from the Feywild. Or die trying. We're kidding. So, I would like to welcome you all and the courts themselves, the nobilities. Thank you, King Eramund. And he gestures over to the side, and you see, seated above what you assume is the Winter Court, a tall, broad, well-built Fey with pale, almost bluish white skin, white hair pulled back into a ponytail as well. He seems to be taking a little bit of a hint from him, but his clothing is entirely an obsidian black and blue accoutrement. Queen Asalma of the Summer Court, and he gestures to the court across from the Winter, all much more brightly dressed in oranges and reds, and the queen in a nice long shimmering orange gown that almost seems to be made of crystal. Our Lord Jasilma, gesturing to the Autumn Court, you see a very tall, much thinner Fae sitting in the throne there. This one in kind of long, almost Greco-Roman orange and red robes. And lastly, the Queen Jasalma, gesturing to the Spring Court. You see a woman in a long green dress with brown hair dotted with an assortment of yellow and orange flowers. So, now that we can begin with our champions here and all of our guests, let us begin eating before the competition starts. And with a snap of his fingers, you see, almost blossoming from the tables, various flowers and almost a tree trunk, thin, almost a foot wide, sprouts up, and various small, almost animal, but almost fairy servants walk out of various sorts, some looking like squirrels, some looking like cats, carrying various plates of meats, vegetables, fruits, roughly nothing prepared too heavily. It seems almost raw and cooked just as much as needed. Hopefully this is something palatable to you all.
I'll eat
Yes.
anything.
I stick to
starving.
the vegetables and fruit mostly, but it'll do.
As long as there's meat.
You can have mine then.
Excellent.
Each of you has a veritable multi-course meal laid in front of you on various silver and gold plates. And after a little bit of time, giving you about half an hour or so to eat, you see who seems to be the MC of the Feywild Games walks out towards your table and kind of just leans down on his elbows and looks at all of you. Well, aren't you quite the bunch?
Hey,
Hello.
what's up?
Oh, I just wanted to greet you all before we sent you into the contest.
You actually going to tell us what this contest is?
Oh, come now. The surprise is part of the fun. Or at least it is to us.
I don't like surprises.
Well, you'll be glad
I
to
like
know. I will let you know what the contest is going to be, at least the first challenge. Are you ready for this? It's quite simple, actually. We are going to teleport you into a magical... what is the word in common? Pocket dimension. In that pocket dimension, each of you will be faced with a tree, and all we ask is you get to the top and get the item situated in the top on a pedestal. There'll be more challenges afterwards, don't worry, but this is the first one. And this, if you win, you get something that may be of benefit in the final round. Is there any questions?
So you brought us out here to climb a tree.
Well, there's a little bit more to it than that, but ruining the surprise of what the challenges are entirely is just no fun. You have to think on your toes. Yes?
Can we use magic? Is that okay?
Oh, we highly encourage it. However, you can get to the top as long as it doesn't involve, irreparable damage to the realm or dimension, though the pocket dimensions are collapsible and expendable anyway, so I don't really care. Magic, weapons, whatever skills you have that you need to get to the end.
So, thank you.
You're quite welcome, my little friend. Any of you else have questions?
No, I think that answers most of the things that I had. So,
Yes, and there will be more challenges. There will be 4 in total. So, each one, in the end, you'll get some prize if you win. Most of the time, it is more or less a race to the finish. So, if you're the first one there and you get the prize, then it'll help you in the final battle royale. But,
Oh, I have another question.
and what is that?
Do we get to rest in between, or is it like a
We will.
snappy, go, go, go?
For the first 3, you will not be giving much of a break. You'll have about an hour as we let the other challenges finish if you're not doing it all at once. But the final battle, we will let you... we have certain magics that will allow you to take a longer rest. Feel rejuvenated as if you took a night's rest and prepared for the next day, though we're not quite that patient. Anything else? He just broadly smiles, still like kind of leaning on his fists on his elbows, just looking at you all. Alright, wonderful. Well, let me begin the announcements. He stands bolt upright and begins walking very gently, almost kind of floating and sauntering from one way to the other. As he takes up the stairwell to the dais, clears his throat and begins. Well, now that we've had our meals and we've had time to appreciate our guests and our champions here, I say let us begin with the first challenge. This year's first challenge is running up the fairy tree itself. Our champions have a simple task, though not so simple in application. They will all be tasked with getting to the top of the fairy tree, hopefully avoiding our little friends that may live inside of it, and retrieving the prize. So, are the 4 of you ready?
Yeah,
One of you
Let's
is
go.
excited.
you should.
fuck yeah.
Alright,
This will be fun.
let us begin. And he claps his hands, and as that happens, you are all engulfed in a swirling opalescent pink and purple mist. And eventually the 4 of you are dropped into what seems to be a shimmering forest. Though after about 10 feet behind you, it becomes very blurry and hard to see past. In the center between all the 4 of you is a large tree. Probably 50 feet tall, branches jutting out starting from 10 feet up. And as you look carefully, you see little pockets burrowed into each of the tree. They seem to dot every 6 to 10 feet all around the tree, and then on the inside, from a vague look, you see small rainbow and pearlescent skinned what seem like dragons. Only the size, only about a foot long apiece, maybe 2 feet at most. And they're all just curled up, sleeping. And you hear a voice ring out from inside, from almost all around you. Let us begin! So, before we begin with this, I'd like you all to roll initiative.
Can we see the pedestal from where we are, Shane?
At from an initial glance at the very top, you see the tree kind of has a flat area to it after about 50 feet. It's kind of almost hollowed out with 4 pillars going back up to finishing the rest of the tree.
Okay.
All right. Let us do this the good old-fashioned way. Okay. As I yeet some dice across the room. So, 25 to 20.
22.
27.
All right. 27, 22. All right, 20 to 15.
19.
19. What'd you do, Wheeler?
9.
9.
It's okay. It works with what I wanted to do anyway.
Okay.
So bad.
So, here's how we're going to run this. Just for all of your awareness, basically climbing up the tree is going to be easy, but it's going to be considered difficult terrain. So, for all intents and purposes, just half your movement, unless you have some ability that allows you to move upwards otherwise. And, you know, with sleeping creatures around, you may or may not would try to stealth.
Not my best.
Shane, do we have to climb the tree? Did he say we have to climb the tree, or can we get up by other means? Did he, like...
He said you can do whatever you need to do. You just have to get to the top. So, first up is Gray. What would you like to do?
Well, I guess he is gonna try quietly climb the tree.
Okay.
But he's not gonna be very happy about it. He's freaking very focused.
I'm gonna climb this tree, but not be happy about it.
Yes.
I'm gonna be real grumpy about
I'm gonna be real grunt. Dragging me out here to climb this stupid tree with these freaking dragons out here.
Okay. Make a stealth roll for me.
Like I said, his stealth is not the greatest. That was a 7.
7. Okay.
Yeah. So, and let's try this. I guess in athletics to climb.
You don't need to climb. It's just considered difficult terrain.
Okay. So yeah, he's.
It would be really, really bad of me to be like, oh yeah, you guys have to make
You gotta make
athletics checks every single time.
Yeah.
That would suck. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your movement?
30. So
30.
go
So
15.
you guys see Gray kind of just slowly creep forward and start pulling himself up the tree. And he gets about 10 feet up, and you hear the distant clanking of his armor. Just
Clink, clink, clink.
Goodness.
And you see around him a couple of the dragons slowly begin to rouse. And that's it. So, moving on. Smith.
So you said I can see it?
You can see, it's about 50 feet up, but you can see the top of the tree.
Dope. I would like to cast Thunderstep, please.
Okay.
Am I close to the other two?
You're all roughly like 90 degrees from each other.
No, like how far away am I from them?
10 feet from the tree each, so probably like 25 feet.
Okay, so I'm far away. Okay, cool. So they're not going to take damage when I do this. So Thunderstep is you teleport to an unoccupied space you can see within range. Immediately after you disappear, a thunderous boom sounds. They're not within 10 feet, so they don't take any damage, but the sound can be heard from 300 feet away. And it's a thunderous boom. but I teleport right to the top.
Okay. So you guys just hear all of a sudden just as almost a bolt of lightning hit the ground next to Smith. You see them disappear and reappear at the top of the tree.
I just shout down, sorry! And I'll go see where the object is that we're supposed to retrieve.
So
Gray is like, the hell?
yeah. As you
And as a bonus action, I can like float. So like if I like only hit the lip, I can float 10 feet.
oh yeah, you can fly, you can't float.
Oh. I move 10 feet.
Yeah,
into
you can
an
fly 10 feet.
unoccupied
Yeah,
area.
yeah. Yeah, so you make it up to the lip of the tree. And as soon as you appear and turn around, you see off in the distance a small, almost like pedestal carved out of wood, and sitting atop of it is a larger, almost like 2 to 3 feet of these fairy dragons. Larger one just sitting curled up around what seems to be a small necklace.
I go grab it.
As you turn and look around you as well, there are about a dozen of these fairy dragons dotted around the floor.
Great.
So I would like you to make a Constitution or Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I'm not good at those. Hold on, what's my plus? It's a negative. 17.
17. As the creatures start rousing, you see a deep purple gas breathe out from their mouths, and it encompasses you slowly, and you start feeling almost euphoric. Like, this is kind of like, oh, the best high you've ever felt, but you manage to kind of like stamp it down and keep yourself together. So, are you moving forward towards it?
Yeah, can I make a stealth check or
I think you kind of ruined that with the thunder step.
with the thunder
Yeah.
step? That's what I thought. I'll just. How far away is it?
How far away is it?
Yeah.
It's probably about 25 feet.
All right, I'll make my little 25 feet away movement towards
yeah,
it.
sorry, not 25 feet. Brain, no work. 10 feet.
I will walk to it. Can I pick it up within my turn or no?
You are going to have to, sorry. You're going to have to navigate between all the pseudo dragons, which are now every 5 feet. I'm going to say probably every 5 feet is going to be another con check or another wisdom saving throw as you continue to walk through this gas.
So 2 more.
Yeah.
Next one's an 11.
Mm-hmm.
And then last one's also an 11.
Okay. You stop in place after the second one. And the
Am I
feeling
just
overwhelms
tripping
you.
balls?
Yeah, you are tripping balls, man.
Titty titty. Great.
Okay. So that ends your turn. So, Tara.
Hello. I am going to cast Spider Climb on myself
Okay.
because I thought that it might be smart for me to have it, and I was right. And I'm gonna start walking up the tree stealthily.
Okay. So you got your full movement because spider climb.
Yep,
Which is how many feet?
35.
35. So you get 35 feet up. Stealthily, you want to make a stealth roll?
Yep. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Sorry, hold on. That is a 19.
19. Okay. So you begin slowly climbing / walking almost up the tree. Eventually, you hear the various sounds of the dragons rousing at the top. Just hear the mewlings.
Oh, great.
And you hear Smith absolutely losing their goddamn mind.
Just cackling.
All right, well, this should be fun.
Okay. Are you doing anything else?
No.
Okay. That brings us, last but not least, to Eam.
Ian this whole time has just had his arm crossed, and the only time he's strayed from looking at the tree is when Smith casts Thunderstep He kind of looked over, looked up, and was like, "Okay." But he's been like methodically looking at each branch to see which would hold his weight best.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of just closes his eyes, cracks his neck a bit, like minute stretches, and I'm going to use a key point to use Step of the Wind. As a bonus action, I'm going to dash. As an action, I'm going to dash, which I'm allowed to do. I double checked on Sage twice just to make sure.
Yep.
And I'm going to use my regular movement, which means I can move 120 feet up this tree.
Okay.
I would like to also note that Gray is muttering to himself, all these damn magical freaks with these magical spells getting them up this damn tree and
He passes by you in like a lightning blur and he goes, "Not magic," and just runs.
Not magic, just really good.
Granted, he also has magic, just nothing to help him climb a tree.
No mobility.
So you said the tree is like 50 feet tall?
Yeah, so with that, you would be able to
You
zoom.
go past. You just keep going.
Yeah,
Past
I've
the
got.
tree.
Yeah, just past it. Oh no. No, but if I have, then I would have 20 feet left. Presumably, I see what's on top of this pedestal.
Okay. Yes, you have. Yeah. Are you just barreling up there, or are you trying to be stealthy?
Oh, I'm trying to be like. The whole thing was I was looking to see which would hold my weight, and noticing that these things were rousing, I will attempt to be stealthy.
Okay, give me a stealth check before we proceed.
That is a natural 20, which is a 28 overall.
You are silent as you perform this.
Just
Like, despite like the absolute like bullet speed, you're running up this tree almost. You're just perfectly silent. Yes, eventually you land. Seeing some of the dragons rousing and kind of that purplish pink haze begin to descending along the floor. Smith, thankfully, was a little bit of a ways away from you, so it's not quite at you yet.
Okay, can I begin to walk towards the center with the 20 feet movement I have left?
Yeah, you go. Eventually you get to the center and you see the same 2-foot long fairy dragon. And it just looks up and looks at you.
I believe I need this. I just say very quietly. I do not speak your language, unfortunately.
It just looks at you, cocks its head to one side and to the other.
You said it's wearing the necklace?
It's kind of coiled around it. You can see it in the middle.
I will slowly start to reach for it, but
Okay.
like non-threateningly.
Make a wisdom saving throw as the dragon just a hefty cloud of it breathes right out of its mouth.
Oh, 19.
19. It takes you a second. You kind of feel lightheaded and your brain kind of frazzles a little bit.
No, do not like.
But you manage to shake it off and reach forward for it. And at that point, you grab the necklace. Pick it up. Smith, you kind of see this in your, a little bit of a hallucinogenic haze, but you see the bright bird person. You're like, dang, he got it.
Drat.
And as soon as you grab it and pick it up, all four of you just are immediately back surrounding the table in the middle.
Am I still high?
Oh, you are still tripping balls for the next minute.
Fuck yeah!
I'll grab my stomach as we're just like whisked off. And I'd be like, oh god.
I'm gonna like wave my hand in front of Smith's face and just.
Gray literally just like, as soon as you sit down, he just picks up a drink and he's like,
Speaking of which, Smith, you kind of like meander around, stumbling for a little bit.
No, I'm sitting in my chair just staring off at the space, just seeing all the colors.
Okay, then
Smith,
you fall over a little bit, just onto the floor.
I run over and I pick them up. I'm just like, hey, are you okay?
They respond in Goblin. They're so intelligent. They're like, I'm fucking great, man. I've never been better in my fucking life.
I do not speak this language. I'm sorry.
I tried Primordial and it's just like.
Well, actually, I might understand it.
Oh yeah, is it Aaron?
Yeah, which primordial?
I was gonna say, I think he would be Aaron.
I mean, there's
It's Orin.
Storm.
Yeah, so
they're
it would
like
be it would definitely be air. So I actually understand that, and I sit back. Oh, this is a language I speak.
I'm perfectly fine. Oh my god, you speak. I've never met someone who speaks Primordial before.
I mean, my people come from that plane, so
I just got struck by lightning one day, man, and then I just knew it. It was fucking
It's-
bonkers.
rather interesting. I'm walking back towards the table with them in my arms.
You've got like this like weird halo around your head right now.
Like,
It's fucking
Yeah.
I could have gotten up that tree without no magic.
All we're hearing is like.
Yeah, just
You hear the conversation happening in a very, very odd language, and then you also hear Gray grumbling in the corners, being like, I could have fucking got up that tree.
I did not use magic, as I said. I'm just quite fast.
Yeah, chaos.
You hear the Master of Ceremonies clear his throat from the top of the dais. Well, that was quite the show. I mean, we did make the first challenge a little bit easy on you all, but I didn't expect you to get it done in mere seconds. And don't worry, our well-armed friend. This next challenge might be a little bit more up your alley.
I would say slow and steady wins the race, but I don't think that technically works for what I just did.
No, that was not quite slow and steady at all. But
That's fair.
we all have a very interesting challenge for the next one. It is quite simple here. We're going on the traditional elk hunt of the Feywild games. Every year it happens. We have a very relatively robust elk captured every year, one for each of the courts. And this is going to be quite simple. The four of you, for quite an interesting bout, are going to have to hunt down this elk. So, let us begin. Smith, at this point, you kind of feel the high slowly wearing away. And as soon as you're like, all right, I'm kind of back. The same pearlescent mist just.
I forgot to ask if there was one elk for each of us, or if it was just one.
Eventually,
Oh,
you're all dropped into what seems to be separate pocket dimensions as you look around and you don't see any of the other contestants.
Oh, that answers the question then.
And as you kind of catch your bearings, you're kind of dropped into the middle of a field, a little clearing within a forest. Only about 30 feet across in each direction. You're on one side of the clearing, and as you look forward, across the other side, there's a large elk. Silvery, almost metallic fur, and large, bright white antlers. It just looks at you all, tilts its head, and then dashes off into the woods.
Good thing I stretched.
Okay. So, as the next round begins, I'd like you all to roll initiative.
Yet again, let's see if I do better.
Yeah.
I did.
All right.
I did not.
25 to 20.
26.
24.
So, words
21.
Again. 26. 24. 21. What'd you get, Dee Dee?
A 3.
Oof. I feel the
I rolled a
pain.
1. I rolled a 1.
Oh, lordy. The elk did do better than you, unfortunately.
Damn.
Alright. So, you guys see the elk dash into the woods around you. Just because I'm assuming you're all going to immediately start trying to follow it, can you all make survival checks for me?
Yes.
Oh, actually, Shane, that's not the first thing I'm gonna do.
That's not? Okay.
I was. Gray's probably gonna whistle, and a hawk pops on his shoulder.
I'm gonna cast polymorph, but I haven't figured out what I'm gonna turn into yet. But I'm gonna use the stats of that animal to do the survival check, if that's okay.
My
I rolled a
assumption.
natural 1.
My
But it's a
assumptions
7
were-
overall.
Okay, so natural one.
So could I send the hawk out and use I guess that as an advantage, or no?
Let's just go into turn order, so because you guys have different plans than I expected. I thought you were just gonna run after it. Yeah. So words. I'll say you can get an advantage on the survival check with whichever is higher, your wisdom or the birds.
No, with the birds wisdom.
Probably like a +1 or a +2.
Okay, mine's +2, so
So yeah, we'll just go with yours.
that's a 21.
A 21? Okay. So you send the bird up into the air, just, and kind of following its lead and communicating telepathically with it, you manage to slowly track the elk. You manage to get your full speed, so you get the full 60 feet of movement. And you can kind of distantly hear it ahead. It's a little far, but you think you can catch up to it. All right, Smith, what's your plan?
I'm gonna turn into something, but I'm trying to figure out what the best thing to turn into is. I have never used polymorph before. Please hold. Sorry, I should have thought of this. I should have prepared some. But I'm an asshole who never repairs anything.
But while you're thinking, I'll use the little boy's room, because, yeah.
Hurry.
Can I turn into a saber-toothed tiger? No.
I think the CR has to be your level.
Oh, so it could be up to challenge rating 8?
It's a beast of your level and challenge rating, as far as I know.
Okay.
I will go ahead and look up this beautiful spell for you.
I don't know what that means when what is a level 8 character in terms of challenge rating?
The new form can be any beast whose challenge rating is equal or less than the target's level. So the target would be you.
Yes, so you can go up to a level or a CR8 creature, as long as it's a beast.
Beast.
Yeah.
As long as it's a beast. Okay.
I am pulling up just
I
a
will
list.
say a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I don't
Is an
think
8.
you've ever seen a Tyrannosaurus Rex ever in your life.
It's had a weird life. I was just saying maybe.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Dinosaurs are a little off the table.
That's okay.
You have access to giant ape, mammoth if it's allowed. I would not recommend turning into a giant shark.
I wouldn't either.
Giant crocodile, elephant, giant scorpion, polar bear, saber-toothed tiger, giant constrictor snake, giant elk.
Become the prey.
Dire
Come
wolf,
the prey.
giant spider, giant toad, giant vulture, lion, tiger.
So
I'm gonna
bears.
go
Oh my.
with a saber-toothed tiger. they have advantage on wisdom checks, but in parentheses it says perception. Would I be able to do a perception check to follow this thing?
Yeah, I'll give you advantage on the survival check because that's the prime way you're going to track it.
Okay.
You do only have a +1 to survival because you're a saber-tooth tiger.
That's better than Smith. That's a 14 to track it.
14. Okay. You got a bit of a head on you. You do make some substantial progress towards it, given that your speed is now 40.
All right,
So-
I'm gonna chase that thing down, and I got an action that if the creature is at least 20 feet away from me, I can count on it. But
Yeah. As soon as you get within 20
Smith is
feet,
going for it.
you're a little slow.
soon as
You got a little bit of a delay because of the casting of polymorph, so you only get about 40 feet in. So it's still
That's
pretty
fine.
far ahead, but you can see it's there. You can smell it.
Cool.
All right.
That's
Do I
my
see
turn.
them? Do I see them turn into a tiger?
You
Wait,
are
wait, wait,
not in the
wait.
same dimension.
Oh, that's right.
All right. Eam.
I look off, I see it's gone. I am going to run in the direction. I'll dash in the direction towards where I saw it going through the forest.
Just a straight line.
Yeah, that's where it is, and I just go off.
All right. So that's 80 feet of movement.
80 feet, yeah.
Okay. You get pretty far ahead. You don't really know what you're chasing, but you get there. You're getting somewhere. You are going fast.
I'm just looking around like,
You have never seen a bird run through the woods this fast.
maybe I'll find it on my next go around.
All right. And then Tara, what would you like to do?
Well, Kelly 100% took my idea.
Fucking wizards.
So I'm gonna also do the same thing because I was gonna do it anyways. But I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna do the giant ape.
Okay.
Face your fears, Dee Dee.
I know I'm so scared of apes and monkeys, and yeah, okay. I'm gonna turn into a giant ape. And I'm just gonna like bolt after where it was going.
Okay. Did you make a survival check?
No.
So make one now with the +1 that is the ape's survival.
Okay, cool. What's a +1? Either way, that's a 12.
12? Okay. You feel reasonably confident. You get about 40 feet the same because you took the time to make or cast polymorph. But you start barreling into the woods, occasionally grabbing tree branches and pulling yourself forward. And you can almost hear it up ahead. You kind of feel like it's almost there.
Okay.
So, back to the top of the turn order. Words. Just gonna keep going.
I mean, am I close enough to it to where I would have to worry about stealth?
I mean, you're probably... How far did you move?
The 60 feet.
60 feet. You're probably about 30 feet away from it. It's dense.
Yeah.
The forest is a little bit dense, but you can see it up ahead.
He's gonna try to stealth again. Not his strongest suit.
Okay, roll a stealth check.
That's a 10,
Okay.
and yeah, just kind of try to approach it to see if you can get the jump on it.
Okay. You start going forward a little bit, and under your boot, just you hear a large branch snap, and the elk looks backwards and then bolts, heading off in the opposite direction.
Oh, dang it! I guess the rest of his movement, he's gonna chase after it.
Okay, and that's the 60 feet. You managed to keep a little bit of pace with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's obviously like communicating with his hawk as well to try to help with the tracking of it. Make
Yeah,
sure he's going there.
Yeah, you're tracking it. Like you're aware of where it's going. It's just it's fast.
Yeah.
Like, all right. Let's move on to Smith.
Smith is gonna keep on going after this thing.
Okay. Eventually barreling through all the area. You do start to smell it up ahead, probably a solid 50 feet ahead of you by the end of your movement.
Okay, can I start salting once I'm about 50 feet away?
Yeah, you can make a stealth check.
Sweet. That's a 16.
16. Okay. You see it kind of slow down up ahead, looking around, and keeping low to the brush in your large tiger form.
Actually, sorry, I lied. That's a... roll a 16 plus another... I have a plus 6, and I did a wrong thing. That's a 20. I didn't
Okay.
realize I had a plus 6 on that.
Cool. You begin making your way forward. It's probably, give or take, like you said, 30 feet ahead of you at the end of your movement. So you stealth and begin kind of creeping forward. Is there anything else you'd like to do in your turn?
Nope.
Okay. That brings us to Eam.
I'm going to look around the floor of the forest and see if I can find the tracks of this animal.
Okay. Roll another survival check.
Let's hope this is better. Yeah, that's a little better. 16.
16. You slow down for a second and kind of like catch your bearings, and you do see you can kind of tell the deep engrooved hoof prints from the elk deep into the mud itself. You're like, all right. In your head, you start thinking, I got this. And you start going towards it, and you can tell the direction that's the elk went.
All right, I'll follow for 40 feet.
Yep.
Does it come into view?
It does not come into view for you. No.
Then I will use I'll use another bonus action to Step of the Wind with the key point and see
Okay,
if
so
I
you're
can
just
get
sprinting
it.
after it.
Well, I'm gonna go until I see it, and then I'm gonna slow down.
Okay. So it takes you probably, you moved, 40 feet then, and then another 40 feet. I'd say you probably can get within about 50 feet of it.
Okay, so but I can see it.
Yeah, you can see it very, very far in the distance, thankfully, because you have pretty reasonable perception, or passive perception.
Okay. As long as I can see it. Does it seem to be moving, or is it just like stalled?
It is slowed down a little bit.
Okay.
It seems to be kind of keeping pace.
Okay.
Shane, check your sound. Moon is saying that there's no sound from me.
Getting no sound from me. I don't actually know what I can do short of turning myself up.
Let me speak.
Hello? Moon, can you hear me? Check.
I mean,
1, 2.
I hear you.
Yeah, but you guys aren't getting the same audio.
Well, no, I have the stream pulled up
Oh,
and listening to it.
that sounds like a Moon problem. I am sorry, my friend.
Yeah, I don't know.
I will increase my audio gain a little bit. All right. So you get within about 50 feet of it, Wheeler.
Okay. I'll just pause there.
Okay.
And I'll wait.
So that brings us to Tara.
I'm gonna just run as far as I can.
Okay. What's your movement's 40 as the eight?
Yeah, it's 40.
Okay. Eventually, after it takes you most of your movement and your action to get there. But you
Okay.
managed to get within about 30 feet of the.
Awesome. This is awful, but I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna drop polymorph
Okay.
and cast fireball at it.
Well, it took your action. It took your action
Oh,
to dash
shit,
there.
You're right. Okay,
So you're not-
never
not
mind.
there yet.
Then I won't do that yet. But that's my plan.
Okay. Are you gonna try and be stealthy as you approach, or are you just?
Yes, I will be stealthy.
Okay. Can you roll a stealth check for me?
Yes, I can. Oh, it's not bad. Sorry, I actually don't know my modifier. Give me a second. Oh, great. That's a 19.
Okay. You do manage to slowly approach the elk.
Woohoo. That's my turn then. I'll wait until next time to kill it with fire.
Attempt to kill it.
Attempt to kill it with fire.
Okay.
That is the goal, right? To kill it.
Yeah, this is a hunt.
Yeah, I mean, I figure
Yeah.
hunt.
All right. Well, that brings us back to Gray.
Am I close to it again?
Yeah, it takes you. You have to sprint after it a little bit, and it is a fast motherfucker. Like, it is just cruising. But I'd say action and dash to keep up with it, moving at its normal pace.
So it hasn't stopped moving then.
Well, it sprinted for a bit.
Yeah.
Trying to condense the chase down a little bit into initiative order, because it's, chases are weird in D&D.
I guess I'm gonna. He's just mad at this point. Like, so it's still sprinting as I'm chasing it, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's running a little bit.
Okay. Let's see. What does he want to do? He's gonna try see if to throw a hand axe at it and see if he can hit like its leg or something to like hobble it.
Okay, I'll allow it because it's a light weapon.
Okay.
I'll allow the bonus action. So make a range attack throw. And what's the range on the hand axe?
Range on that is 20, 60?
2060. Short
2060.
range 20, long range 60.
Yeah.
So that would be at disadvantage because it's about 30 feet ahead of you.
So 14.
A 14 just hits.
Oh, yes. All right. And that's 7 points of damage, and he's definitely trying to like hobble it.
Okay. So as you're sprinting, grab one of your hand axes over the shoulder, just yeet it, tumbling end over end over end, and at the very last bit, it arcs and hits right into the thigh of the elk, burying nice and deep into the meat itself. You see blood start dripping out of the wound as it runs, and it's starting to go like stumbling on the back leg a little bit. It's still moving, but it is now having a very hard time, and it's going a lot slower. All right. Dan, it's your turn. Kelly, what would Smith like to do?
How far away is it again?
You are also at 30 feet, I believe, when you started stealthing.
Okay. The question is, how much does it take to drop concentration on these things? Is it just a free action?
I think it's either a free action or bonus action.
Okay.
You can end concentration anytime, no action required, so you can do it as a free action.
Ooh. I'm gonna drop it and cast a lightning bolt. Please make a Dex 16 or Dex 15 saving throw.
Dex 15, 16. That I don't know how to math. Hold on, that is 16.
All right, they make it. They'll take half damage. 4, 15. Please hold. I am gay and bad at math. 20, 25, 29, 31 halved.
So 15.
15. All right. And then I am going to, hold on, let me look at what kind of things I have. I think I'm going to use Quicken Spell. So I'm going to use 2 sorcery points to change the casting time of Lightning Lore. I'm going to move 15 feet closer, cast Lightning Lore, and they have to make a DC 15 strength saving throw.
So I forget, because I know it's normally... Is it just changing the casting time, or is it allowing you to cast a leveled spell?
Lightning Lure is a cantrip.
Lightning Lore is a cantrip.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Kelly is being a good player and understanding the rules of spellcasting.
Oh yeah, remember how I
It's an
almost...
issue all the time in my other games.
Remember how I did that like super attack with my sorcerer din?
Yeah.
Quicken spell.
Oh yeah, I remember. I just couldn't remember if it was a if it wasn't a cantrip. I can't remember if Quicken Spell allows you to still do that. It just lets or changes the time. But anyways, so what's the thing for Quicken Spell?
15.
15. He is not good. Well, it is good actually, but it's not good enough. It's 12.
Alright, then it takes 7 points of damage. And
Alright.
it's 15 feet closer to me.
That puts it 15 feet away from you.
I moved 15 feet closer to get it, so it should be right next to me now.
Okay, so you are... After firing this lightning bolt out of your hand and hobbling the poor thing, immediately another bolt...
It's really sorry!
Another bolt shoots out of your hand, wrapping around it in this weird, almost kind of Wonder Woman-esque lasso, and just yeet, pulls it all the way back. And it collides with you.
So sorry!
I feel like it pulls Smith more than Smith pulls it.
Yeah, you both kind of meet in the middle. Just it is technically a huge creature.
Yeah, so sorry about all this. How is my dude looking?
You did quite a chunk of damage. He's looking a little hurt now.
Okay. As long as it's quite a bit of damage, then I'm proud of myself. That ends my turn, good DM.
Okay, that brings us to Wheeler.
You said it's 50 feet away from me?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm going to, not quick as lightning, but just quick. I'm going to use another key point to Step of the Wind, dash up to it to get into range, and then just take 2 attacks, frog knuckling in specific places on its body.
So Okay, so you're using for the extra 10 feet of movement.
Yeah, so that way I can get to that point.
Okay. Wait, so are you trying... I believe... Flurry of Blows requires you to attack.
It's not.
first.
I'm using a bonus action to dash, so I can still use my action to attack.
Oh,
why I
yeah.
just keep
Sorry.
step.
My brain is all sorts of mixed up right now.
You're all good. I'm frog knuckling this elk.
Okay, so 2 attack rolls. Roll for damage.
We're gonna...
Or roll for attack.
First one's a 23 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
I'm gonna use a key point to do Stunning Strike on it.
Okay, so that's the
So I needed to make a con save. It's only a 14.
Yeah, that's a nat 20.
Okay, it's fine. So it still takes damage. It would take... Oh, it takes 10 points of unarmed strike damage, bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then my second attack on it is only a 12.
Only a 12. So unfortunate. A 12 does not hit. The first one, you kind of find a nice soft spot and hit it kind of in some vital organs. And you feel the squish and it stumbles for a second as you are like up on top of this beast. It is still like probably, now that you're close to it, the head of it, not including the antlers, is probably 10 feet in the air. So it is a hefty beast now that you're up close to it.
This is a big elk.
And the second strike as you pull forward actually hits its rib, which, you know, on a normal humanoid creature, you might do some solid damage with it. In this case, you kind of bash it, and it actually hurts your knuckles a little bit as you pull away, and you're kind of like,
Ah.
You just pissed it off.
all right.
If it starts to run, I'll use the last 30 feet of my movement to follow along with it.
Okay. Well, actually, now that you are up close, and this will actually... I'm going to reorganize how I'm doing this a little bit. Basically, all of you rolled better than the elk except for TD, so it'll act on your turns after
Way
you.
to bring that up, gosh.
I'm sorry, you rolled a nat 1. That's your own damn fault.
Sorry.
All right, so we'll make an attack roll against technically both of you because it would have attacked Smith because I forgot how turns work. So Smith, an 18 hits you, correct?
It does. Shane, I forgot to say it at the beginning, but is it okay if I have mage armor on? Because I would have cast it at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, that's fine. At the beginning of the day, sure.
Okay. Alright, I have a 17 AC right now.
Okay, well, it's an 18 plus 6, so...
Yeah.
2 plus 6 plus 4, so you take 12 bludgeoning damage. It just
Okay.
bashes you with its horns. And Wheeler, that's a 14.
That misses.
That misses. So after you punch it a couple times, and you're like sitting there like, oh damn, you just its head whips around, and you just barely duck out of the way as its horns clear the space that you were in prior. It is
Oh god.
pissed. All right,
Alright.
Dee Dee.
Hi. Okay.
Hello.
Can I also have mage armor up? Because I also would have cast it at the beginning of the day.
Sure.
Look at our spellcasters
I
doing their due
How
diligence.
spells work.
I was gonna.
It's a
cast
one
it.
shot. We don't know how these characters work. It's fine.
No.
Yeah, I feel like. Anyways, I'm gonna bamf out of being eighth now,
Okay.
and I'm gonna fireball it. You need to make a dexterity saving throw.
That is a big old 8.
Awesome! It gets the full damage. So hold on while I roll a bunch of dice. And then be really bad at math because I'm also gay. So give me a second. Wow, that's not great. That's 22 points of damage.
22. Okie dokie. Me also be bad at math. So, as you drop out of your ape form, grabbing hold of your focus and just sticking your hand out, and all of a sudden just a little pellet of red fire just goes pshh, arcs through the forest, and as soon as it makes contact with the elk, just poof, fills a sphere of flame around it as it just gets absolutely roasted. As the flames kind of calm down and blow away in the wind, you see it. The back of it is actually now covered black almost with soot. And it is real upset. And you see it turn around and start to face you and start to move forward. Got anything else up your sleeve?
Nothing that's gonna. No, but I'll pull out my dagger just in case.
Okay. So it is going to run forward and ram you.
Okay, awesome. Cool.
That is actually only a 15.
That's just where my AC is at now.
Ah. So that's a hit. And it moved 20 feet, so that's a charging attack, so that's 46 rather than 2. So that is 20 bludgeoning damage. I'd like you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay. That's great. Hold on, sorry. That's a 18.
An
Oh, you said
18.
20.
Okay.
Yeah.
You manage to, as it bores into you and smashes its head into you, horns first, just clearing, gouging into your body a little bit. You do take the 24 damage, but you manage to just barely right yourself and catch yourself on a tree branch before it starts taking a few steps back, eyeing you nervously. All right,
You
that
said
brings
24 or 20?
I thought it was 22.
a 1, a 6, a 5, and a 5. Plus 4.
17, 21.
21, sorry.
Okay.
I don't know how math works. I don't think any of us know how math works, really.
No, not really.
What is math, anyways?
Fake.
It's the addition and subtraction and multiplication and division of numbers in a way that makes sense. Number. So.
Something like
Who
that.
needs math? Math doesn't do anything for us.
All the
All
math
right.
majors in chat just like, what did you just say?
As someone who has taken way too many math classes, it's all bullshit. It's fine. Okay. Math is evil. From someone whose username is an artsy human. Yeah. All right, that brings us round back to words.
Can I just run up and hit it? Like,
Love that for you.
I'm really excited for when Words plays a character that doesn't just run up and hit it.
He played a wizard for a hot minute. It's fine.
yeah, I played with this. I tried with Booming Blade. Can I run up and Booming Blade?
Given that it's hobbled, I'll say yeah. With your movement, you can probably get up within distance of it to make your attack.
All right. I'm gonna 20. Oh, that's a nat 20. So
Fuck this animal in particular.
that
You can feel his
is-
body being pulled back, and he's just like, okay.
So with Booming Blade, that is
It should just be your regular attack damage, but then it has the booming effect afterwards.
That's right. So it's 11. So that's 21 of my long sword and another 5 thunder damage.
Does it add damage? I thought it only took damage after.
If it moves.
Yeah.
No,
Like-
actually, no. It does 2d8 damage, so that's actually 13 additional 30.
Oh yeah, because you're 8th level
thunder.
now.
Yeah, it does 2d8 damage and then does another 1d8 if it moves. So that's
Yeah, okay.
21 from the sword, 13 thunder.
So 34 total.
Yeah, and because I have war magic, I can make another attack as a bonus action, and I'm gonna do that.
Okay, so 34 damage. Okay, make your attack roll.
There's a 23 hit.
A 23 does hit.
Okay. That's another 10 damage.
Another 10 damage. So as you rush forward, muttering under your breath and casting the spell, the blade sheathed in this swirling, like barely visible white mist and energy that swirls around your blade at almost blinding speed. You slam your blade into the back of the elk. It kind of stumbles and catches itself as the one already deep wound from the axe and immediately is compromised by another going perpendicular across its side. And then it turns around, just looks at you, and undeterred, you rush forward and slice right across its Hess, managing to cut through its throat. It stumbles, bleeding heavily, and you can see after every breath just before it just falls over, dead to the door now. As you all are currently rushing forward, attacking your targets, Smith literally
Mid punch, just
Yeah.
like going in for.
all of a sudden you all just
lassoed.
all of you mid action just whoosh. You all get put right back into the spot you were at before. Some of you a little bloodied and damaged, and words as you look forward on front of you and you're at your table is a apron hung over your chair.
This is a cooking class.
And the hawk is on his shoulder.
Yeah, you all appear randomly back right next to your seats. Essentially,
Does my punch run into anyone?
your punch hits your chair.
Chair
This
split.
has their hands like this, and then they stop themselves because they were about to cast Chatter, and they were like, "Oh no, I don't do that."
Hey, oh, hey, look, you got to hit something, and it seems you did pretty well.
I hit it pretty good.
I mean, it seems you seem to have won this challenge, so
I got stabbed.
well,
So
that
did
seems
I.
fun.
Check it out.
I unfortunately can't help with this.
I also can't help myself.
It'll be a dope ass scar. Who gives a shit, you know?
It'd be a good story.
Like I'll remember this.
I just sit back down in the chair and wait for the next thing.
Do we have time to roll hit points back
Yes.
for a short rest?
Well, let us continue with the situation first before we start talking about resting.
Can you put the apron on?
Yes, as you begin to walk forward and pick it up, you see it's actually kind of slowly dripping blood from it. It's odd. It's not like it's covered in blood. It seems to be oozing it in and of itself.
Can you tell me what this thing is?
Why,
It's
that's
pretty
your
creepy.
prize! As you see the MC walk forward, kind of sauntering towards your table.
I mean,
Well done, our friend. Don't worry, you'll all find what your prizes do before the final encounter.
I'm looking at the amulet to see if it's oozing blood.
You look at the necklace, there are 4 beads on it. Black, almost shiny pearls. It is not oozing blood.
Well, that's good.
if he shakes it, does it like splatter blood?
Yeah, the blood seems to go a little bit. It's not like a wave by any means, but a few drops of blood go everywhere.
Some of it hit Smith's face because they were like this, looking at the fucking apron. And I'm like, oh, gross.
Interesting.
I don't like that. It suits you though.
Thank you. And he kind of like scratches his hawk and then sits down.
Well, let's all enjoy our time first, and not get too rushed into anything. We only have 2 more encounters. 2 more challenges for all of you to show what you're worth. We already have 2 victors of the early encounters, but the final will be the be-all and end-all. So, let us eat. Let us rest. Let us have a grand time for a bit before we begin the next challenge. And he claps his hands again, kind of echoing throughout the chamber. And similar to before, rising up almost like vines or leaves appearing from the tables as they're carved wood. Platters appear slowly but surely, donning different forms of food, drinks coming, kind of little divots filling up in the leaves full of wine, mead. And as our adventurers begin to eat a meal and take a short rest, we're gonna go to break.
Hey, do you have any nuts? No, okay.
I'm actually allergic to pine nuts. Please make sure there's none in
No pine nuts.
Beer is good for me.
All right. So we will be back, everyone, in approximately 15 minutes. So hang out, listen to some music, chill, send messages in the chat, talk to each other. It'll be a good time.
Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, don't leave. We're having fun. I hope you're having fun too. So we'll be back. Okay, thanks. Bye, guys. And welcome back for everyone who's actually back and still here. Glad to have you. Good times were had. I know Kelly wants to show off Kitty.
More like Michaela asked to see Cat. This is Juno.
The
Right,
Admiral
yes.
Juno the Frog.
Alaska
The Admiral
spelling,
Juno the Frog.
Alaska spelling, or Roman spelling?
Roman spelling, it's after a character from a podcast I listen to who only has one eye, like Juno. Like that, thank you.
Yeah, we got a dog.
Doggo.
This is turning into from a D&D stream to a animal stream.
Yeah.
I'm sure the audience will not change. We'd probably get more views that way.
That is his name is Sherlock, after Sherlock Holmes.
You have a smaller dog named Watson.
I need one.
Yeah, you should get one.
Yeah, that would be good.
That or a cat named Irene or Adler.
Just acquire a whole suite of animals just named after Sherlock Holmes characters.
Yes.
Yes. How's this food, by the way? Because we ate before, and now we're eating now. So, is it still
Surprisingly
good food?
invigorating. It's very good. Not quite as hearty as it was prior, but yes, Ronan, you did just miss animals. But as we jump back into the game, you all do have a wonderful meal. A little bit lighter than before, some pastries and desserts mixed in. You know, quite fancy. There's a little nut roll for you, Ian.
Oh, we're not in combat.
We are not in combat, no.
So let's.
This
do some
dinner
blue.
isn't turning into a fight.
Yeah, let's do some blue. Set the mood.
Ah, yes, blue. So you all. Oh. Lights are important, Kelly.
This is way darker than I thought it would be.
Just kidding.
All right.
No, it's still too dark. I'm sorry.
After about 45 minutes or so, your meal starts winding down. You start relaxing a little bit, and you hear the voice, the throat clear of the MC as he steps onto the stage again. Well, I hope that all of you had a wonderful meal. I know our guests are enjoying the food as they watch the ceremonies and the competition. We have 2 victors so far. No one's dominating the competition this year, which is fascinating. So, most of you, this is a little bit of a different story than our normal Feywild games. Normally everything's pretty straightforward competition, but this year we decided that the 3rd challenge should be something a little bit more equitable. So it is simple. All of you are going to be put into a magical forest, or at least magical to all of you. It's relatively commonplace for us, but you'll be placed into the forest, each of you given a hint. Nearby is going to be a little bit of a challenge that you have to find, and if you manage to locate it and get past any obstacles in your path, then you may get a prize that will help you in the final rounds. So, your hints. He snaps his fingers, and in front of you at the tables, each a folded piece of paper appears. So, for each of you, for Smith, the witch's hut is a gamble risky for children. But inside you might find something fit for you to wear. For Gray, sometimes the sword and the stone is a challenge fit for a king, but for someone of a champion's sort, the horn may be more appropriate. for Eam. Through the dark pits, one may find secrets hidden. But falling to the bottom, if the bottom exists, may be a problem for those who cannot fly.
Oof.
And lastly, for Terra, sometimes reaching for the sky gives great benefits, though they say the tallest trees fall the hardest. So, with that, let us begin our third and final normal challenge. He claps his hands. You all are whisked away in the same opalescent pearl mist. You all land away from each other, deep within a shining purple and green wood. What would you like to do?
I guess he's just gonna kind of do a perception check to kind of gauge his surroundings.
All right, make a perception check.
22.
You said we're around each other, or
No, you're all away from each other.
okay.
Let me double check. Who am I putting where? Your battery. You're over here. And you are over here. Let's see if this map actually works. Oh, cool, it kind of does. Except we're all not here. Crap. You know, setting up streams is hard, guys. Let me fix the stream real quick. Boop a doop boop. Don't mind us. We're learning here. For awareness sake, since for some reason Roll20 is not showing the names, Terra, you're the little like red ritual circle in the top left. Smith, you're the little blue circle, right down here. Eam, you are the golden ring, and Gray, appropriately, you're the gray ring.
Yeah.
And actually, you're probably more about here. And these are all approximations. Each of these squares is about 20 feet in distance.
Okay. Are we supposed to be able to move our tokens?
Yes. You weren't in the game whenever I started doing this.
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure.
This one. Alright, let me... so you got a 22 words?
Yes, I got a 22.
Okay. So you can see it's a pretty heavy and dense forest, and almost bluish purple mist seems to permeate the whole space. So it's a little difficult to see far distances. Though you can tell the trees start to clear a little bit ahead of you.
Alright, he's also gonna send his hawk kind of forward to scout.
Okay.
And
You get a bit of a better view. There is a clearing about 50 feet by 50 feet towards your northwest.
okay. Yeah, so he's kind of head towards that clearing.
There you go, you can control your stuff.
And I'd like to turn into a giant eagle, please.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna fly up and do a perception check to see if I can try to find a house.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Roll
climb a
perception.
tree.
Alright, I have
Also going to climb a tree, but I'll use spider climb for it.
advantage. Perception. That's an 8. Yes, 18 for perception.
All right. It's a little bit hard to make out. It's very dark and almost nighttime here, it seems. But you do see, just peeking through a little gap in the woods, you see the roof of a hut.
Okay, I'm gonna fly over there, and then maybe 60 feet away, I'll drop down and turn back into the smith and stealth my way over.
Okay. Who else? Michael, you said, or Wheeler, you said you are climbing a tree?
Yeah, I'm climbing and just looking around to see if I can find a pit.
Okay. Make a perception check.
I'm not too good at these. Let's see what I'll do here.
What do your bird eyes see?
Not a lot. I rolled a 7.
7. There's a couple clearings, honestly. You're kind of not... You don't see a pit, per se. Though you do see, in the middle of the creek up ahead, there's a little island that is clear of trees. There is a clearing to your right, and there is a clearing off in the distance. Not really sure which one you're supposed to go to, though.
These eyes don't see the way they used to. I will patiently wait and trying to see if I can discern. The island doesn't seem to be of use currently, but I will try next time I come around to see if I can find or have at least more of an understanding where I need to go.
Okay. That brings us to Tara. What would you like to do?
I was gonna climb a tree to see if I could see any other, like, trees or...
You see plenty of trees.
I mean, but do any of them look different?
Yes, as you kind of start slowly making your way up to the top of a tree, you see up ahead in front of you. Most of these trees are relatively tall. They're a solid 20 or so feet. But standing amongst them is a large, orangey, autumn-looking tree, standing 50 feet tall.
Okay, I'll head in that direction.
Okay. Alright. Words.
Yes.
I'm assuming you're just continuing to head forward.
Yeah, I'm assuming nothing has changed as far as like the scenery goes, nothing else.
Nothing as far as getting where you are or from your last movement.
Okay.
As you begin to move forward towards the clearing that you had spotted earlier, you do see as you kind of breach the tree line, and you are faced with a relatively wide clearing, probably 50 feet round or 50 feet in diameter. In the center, the grass becomes almost mossy and rocky rather than grass itself, and slowly becomes more pointed and jagged until you find a large stone in the center with seemingly a large bull-like horn, probably 3 feet long and a foot wide at its base, jammed into a rock.
So, like, when you say horn, like an actual bull horn, not like something that you can blow into.
I mean, it's a decorated piece of horn.
Okay.
Whether or not you can blow into it, you'd have to get closer to find out.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, he's probably going to investigate that. Definitely.
Okay. Smith.
I'm gonna approach the house stealthily.
Okay.
Ooh, 18 on the dot, plus 7. 18 plus 7, Shane. I am incapable of math.
25.
25.
Reasonable. Okay.
Reasonable, Shane. Get out of here with that.
Continuing to run your way forward. You do manage to get yourself close. You're not quite there yet, but you do see forward ahead of you. The surrounding plant matter becomes a little bit darker. You do see some brambles sticking up out of the trees. And in a small clearing up ahead, you see a little mahogany and ebony hut.
Does this seem weird to me? darker brambly things? Can I make like a
Make
some
a
sort of
nature
check?
check.
It's hoping for Arcana. Darn it.
You don't know if it's magical. You just know these plants are weird, man.
It's fucking weird, man. That's not good. Nature. That's a 6.
6. Yeah, these are really dark plants.
That's
It's weird.
No, I'm not gonna do anything. That's fucking weird. I'm gonna think about how weird they are. Like, just kind of stop in my tracks and stare for a couple of minutes, like a couple of seconds, and then I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to be doing things, and I keep on going, and that's my turn.
Out of the corner of the eye, it seems like one of them moves for a second. You're not sure. You're not sure if it's just seeing things or if it's just twitching.
Leftovers from the fucking.
The broken pieces of Weeping Angel.
Oh, I was thinking of the pseudo dragons from earlier, the fairy dragons from earlier. That
Fairy
were...
dragons.
Smith
you're-
still thinks they're high.
Who knows, man? Maybe you are. All right. Eam.
I'm going to try and discern again, see if I can see if anything makes more sense
Okay.
of a direction of which I should go.
Okay. Make another perception check.
Okay, that's better. 13.
13. Okay. You take a moment, kind of steady your breath, close your eyes, and focus for a moment. And then looking out, you start to see a little bit more in depth. There's a campground on the island, though you can't make out details, it seems unoccupied. The pit, you do see the pit, or at least what you assume is a crevice, towards your right in that clearing. And the far one's still a little bit of a mystery to it, but you do kind of see the form of a bird flying over top of it.
Okay. Then I will, seeing as some of these, not knowing whether this specific challenge is time-based or not, I will use a key point to Step of the Wind and jump off of the tree, use my slow fall reaction to lessen the blow, and then dart off towards the pit.
Okay. I'll say within your turn you can make it to the edge of the pit.
Okay. And I'll just look down into it and just kind of stare for a second.
Yes, as you break the tree line, you do see a rough, cracked pit in the ground. There seems to be almost jutting stones coming from it, some almost 5 feet long, as they stick out from the walls of the hole. You get the sense that you could make it down, though it's going to be a bit of a challenge.
This I can do.
All right, Tara.
I'm gonna go up to the tree.
Okay. As you begin to get closer to it, you note that it's a very large, very large tree. There are several small branches, some of them as big as some of the other trees, but most of those are towards the top, and you do see a few small amounts of branches along the way. And there is a hollow at the very top of the tree, kind of where a what's the word for it? When there's like a spot exposed in the bark. Not a knot.
An opening?
Yeah. I don't know. You see
A
like kind of
hollow?
exposed hollow in the tree, about probably 30 feet up.
Okay. I'll cast Spider Climb on myself and start making my way up with
Okay.
whatever movement I have left.
Alright. Back to words. Would you roll an investigation check for me?
13.
13. It does seem that there is a lot rougher plant life buried within the rocks as you start kind of getting closer. Some of them looking more like nettles and ivy. The horn does seem hollow from this. As you get closer, you can kind of start seeing some more details. It's well decorated, in very Sylvan Fey fashion, very opalescent, very like extravagant, and it is hollow on the inside, as far as you can tell.
So, like, how is it embedded into the stone? Is it like
point tip down, just voop, right into it.
okay, so tip down, and then like the horn, the circle,
Yeah.
and it's hollow into it. And what kind of gosh. I guess he's just I don't know. He's just gonna reach out and grab it. See what happens.
Okay. You make your way through the clearing and up to the top and up to the horn. Reach out and grab it. Make a strength check for me.
It was a 23.
A 23. You grab hold of it, kind of deep low onto it, getting a better grip so you can wrap your hands around it properly. And you give it, plant your feet, give it a real solid yank. All of your body weight deadlifting into this one thing. And you feel it nudge a little bit. And then your grip slips and your hands fall off.
And what kind of was it like around it, around the rock? What kind of terrain?
It got it's a bit rougher into like larger stones at this point. Some of them about a foot in size, some of them a little bit smaller. And throughout it, you can see moss, nettles, and vines kind of creeping and wrapping around a lot of them. Think about it.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure.
Think about it. Smith.
I'm gonna head towards the house.
Okay.
Are there like any windows?
There are a couple very small, about probably 2 feet, or not 2 feet, foot in diameter circular windows.
Can my little goblin body see into the windows, or do I have to like do a little jump?
I mean, if you pull yourself up a little bit, you could probably peek over.
All right. Can I peer in and see if there's anybody home?
Okay. Make a perception check.
Okay. Perception. 12.
12. You can see the inside is lit by a fireplace off on one wall. Sitting in the fireplace is the silhouette of a person, seemingly carving a piece of wood. Can't make out a whole lot of details, though you feel like it should be light enough. You can't tell what's going on. Other than that, the cottage is relatively sparse. A rug on the floor, a bed to one side, a dresser to another, and a coat rack right by the door.
Is there anything hanging on the coat rack?
Yes, there is a small cloak.
Does it seem like a me-sized cloak?
Maybe.
All right. And it's right by the door?
It's about like 5 feet away. It's close enough to the door.
Cool. I'm gonna go over to the door. Is the door locked?
Are you trying it?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you trying to do this stealthily? Is an important question.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I run on that 25 still or no?
I'll say that's good for the approach, but I would ask that you can make a sleight of hand check for the door.
What's my sleight of hand? Okay, +7. That is a 15.
A 15. The door starts creaking just a little bit as you pull the handle, but you manage to just slow down, pull the latch, put a little bit of pressure on it, and open the door. Almost silently.
Almost silently. Does she look over?
We'll find out in a second.
Okay.
Wheeler.
I stand at the edge. I'm going to assume that I just see blackness. as
It
I look
is
down.
pretty dark after about 20 feet.
And you said there are stones like jutting out of the sides that go down.
Yeah. Imagine someone used this thing as a pincushion, and there's just all throughout the walls.
Okay. All right. I can do this. And I'll look down, and I'll see the one that's visually on the edge of my range, of my vision. I'll use another key point to do Step of the Wind to double my jump, and I will jump down and try to hit a ledge at the edge of my vision.
Okay. Make an acrobatics check.
Something I'm good at. Thank God. Which means I'll probably roll like shit.
Rolls a 1. It's a 12.
No, I didn't roll great, but it's a 15.
A 15. Okay. You managed to land on a rock about, I'd say, 30 feet down.
Okay.
Make a perception check for me, please.
That I'm not so good at. I rolled a 5.
A 5. It's really dark down here. I don't like it. Can't see much. You can see some rocks nearby.
Do I have an action? Was
Looking around and jumping. I'll say because you step of the wind, I'll give you your action.
okay. I'm just gonna form one of those sun bolts in my hand and kind of throw it down the shaft. It only goes about 30 feet, but
Okay. You take your moment, concentrating your key into your hand, just forcefully jut your hand forward, launching a bolt of radiant orange energy. And it does light up the cavern. You see many rocks jutting down. You do actually catch a glimpse of a hole in the wall of one about 20 feet further down and right across from the opposite side of you, where you see a divot that goes deeper into the wall. And as the bolt begins tumbling down the darkness, you see it almost and just disappear into the darkness, swallowed.
okay. So shoot, then jump. We'll be okay.
All right, Tara.
All right, I'm gonna make my way to the uptown. Yeah, no, I'm making my way into the hollow in the tree,
Okay.
and if I can climb in it, I will, or look in it, or whatever.
As you walk forward or climb up slowly and crest over the top of the edge, you see 3 statues. One has the visage of a large hawk, wings partially splayed. One has the visage of a wolf, crouching low. And the third on the right is the visage of a bear, creeping forward.
Okay.
And there does seem to be in the center a small pedestal with a little stone circle on it.
Okay. I guess I'll go. Can I get to it? All of that? And, like.
I say you can probably get to it and pick it up for this round,
Okay.
quote unquote.
Okay. Then I'll do that.
What languages do you speak?
I speak. Hold on 1 second while I switch back over to my stuff. Common, deep speech, elvish, and infernal.
Okay. You do note on the little stone circle along the edges of it is an elvish inscription.
Oh.
And along it says, if the tree were to fall, who would survive? Take friendship in the ones that live.
Okay. Cool.
And as you get a closer look, you see on the pedestals of the three statues, there's a roughly similarly sized circle. Or a similar sized circular hole, sorry.
Okay. Can I go investigate that? Or
Okay,
am I
on the
done
next
collections?
round.
Cool. Sweet.
Gray. Have you thought of anything?
What was the full clue that they gave me again? It was sometimes the sword in the stone is a challenge fit for a king, and then all I got was horn might be more appropriate. I don't remember what
A
For a
horn might be
champion.
more appropriate for a champion.
for a champion. Okay. Gosh, can I do like an intelligence check to give me a bit more idea for my character
Sure.
that might think? Okay, that's a 12. So
12. I don't know, it budged. Maybe pulling on it would be good again.
yeah. And I. It's just a horn in the stone. I pulled on it, it budged. And there's vines around. Correct?
Yep, vines and stones. And nettles if you want to make tea.
Yeah. I really don't know what to do with that. I'm probably just being a dumb player. I guess just try to maybe she'll throw a sword at me. When throwing swords is no system of government, or however that line is. Is there anything else around? It's just a big clearing, and then this is in the middle.
There's rocks, there's trees, there's vines.
I guess he's gonna try taking some of the vines and wrapping around it, I guess, and trying to pull it that way.
Okay, make a general dexterity check.
That's a 19.
19. You make a pretty solid little, like, strapping around it. So you're gonna give it another shot and just pulling at it?
Yeah.
Okay, now that you've got a bit of a better grip, make an athletics check.
That's a 23.
23. You grab hold, wrapping both of the vines around your hands, and give it a solid pull, just a pure deadlift. And you feel it start slipping before the vines break.
So that it started coming out.
Yeah. It started, sorry, the horn started slipping from the stone.
Okay. So, can I discern that if I had more strength, somehow I could get this out?
It seems to be coming out pretty consistently. It's just it requires a bit more effort than just one pull.
Okay. I'm assuming that would be... trying again would be next round.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Moving back, Smith. As you
Hello.
creep into the doorway, the figure doesn't seem to move more than it is whittling.
Cool. Now that I'm closer to it and like I have eyes on it, does the cloak seem like the thing I'm supposed to be looking for?
Looks like a cloak. Now that you're closer, it looks like something you could hypothetically wear without looking too ridiculous.
And like I make an Arcana check to try to figure out whether or not it's magic.
Sure.
Like, is this the thing I'm looking for? Because I know that you also said there's a dresser, and I'm like, there's a dresser now. I'm confused.
Is it you? The cloak I'm looking for?
That's a dirty 20 for the Arcana check.
Everything around here is pretty magical. The Feywild is a pretty magic place in general. But this seems reasonably magic in and of its own right. Though there does seem to be a magic coming from most of the parts of the cottage. You can see the dresser does look a little magical in and of itself, or something magical might be in it. You got a feeling for it. The little hairs on the edge of your skin are tingling like lightning.
I'm trying to figure out how I want to play this. If I want to like say hi to the lady and like talk to her and be like, "Hi, you're my friend. Let's be friends." Or if I want to just steal it and go. Neither of them sound good. Juno, those are my dice. Oh my god. Hold on. She is currently lying on my dice.
You don't need them, it's fine.
No, I don't need them. Absolutely not. Alright, I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna grab it and run.
Okay. You grab hold of the cloak, pulling it from the little clothes rack. It almost tips for a second, but then it just slowly settles back down. You kind of grab it, hold it, and just cradle it. And then you take the cloak and just slowly back away. Do-do, 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 do-do. And then you fucking bolt.
There I go.
Cool. You now have acquired one cloak.
I put it on.
Alright.
Does it do anything?
You'll find out.
Okay.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Eem.
It is me. Alright. I'm going to, first of all, use another key point to cast Step of the Wind. Use my action to throw one of those sunbolts down in the direction of where that ledge was that I saw before.
Mm-hmm.
And like a split second after I throw it, jump down, so that way it kind of lights my path.
Okay. Make an athletics check.
Not as good at those.
This is to see if you can clear the gap efficiently.
Well, my jump is doubled because of Step of the Wind.
Yeah. It's gonna be a fun of.
It's a 14.
14. That's enough. You do manage to land and kind of skid to a stop on the stone without tumbling into the abyss.
Second attack action, the
tunnel that I see, I'm going to throw another radiant bolt down as my second attack.
Okay. So you, soon it kind of almost like 3-point landing, tuck and roll, and then immediately as you just shoot right out, and the glowing amber bolt flies through the air about 10 feet back. And you can kind of see it almost appear in the light as it approaches for a split second. There's a skeleton as it impaled upon the wall, and the bolt just blasts its skull open.
That's unfortunate. Is there anything else I saw, or was it just a skeleton?
Make a perception check. You'll get this eventually. I believe in you, Wheeler.
19.
19. Okay, so you can see some shit. You do notice that the hollow is pretty much empty, devoid of that. There are some scratch marks and some damage along the walls itself. And the skeleton is impaled by what seems to be a long claw or thorn. Just black right through the ribcage.
I'll use the rest of my movement to walk up to it and kind of touch it.
Okay. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, yay! I'm not that great at those. Oh, that's incorrect. Oh, no, it's the same. 18.
18. Okay. So you feel your fingers start tingling and numbing a little bit before pulling your hand back. And you do notice as you're kind of like, you shake your hand off, you're like, fuck, man. The skeleton has a cloak and pants on.
I'll attempt to take the cloak and pants then.
How are you attempting to take them?
Well, I'm assuming the cloak is impaled by the thorn,
Yep.
and the pants aren't.
The pants are not. No.
I will take the pants off. Oh, just kidding. Each skeleton.
The legs actually come off. The feet come off with it.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I pulled the pelvis out quickly so the hips kind of fall and the legs just fall through the leg sockets.
His hips don't lie.
The hips
No.
are not lying. They are dead.
They are definitely.
If I can on this turn, I'll steel myself and try to pull the thorn out of the cloak.
We'll get to that in a minute.
So it's me getting ready.
Alright. D. What would Tara like to do?
I was about to investigate the other one.
The other what?
Did you say there's like another like circle or something?
There are circular holes in each of the statue's bases.
Okay. What am I holding?
A little circular piece of stone.
Can I put it in one of the things?
Which one would you like to put it in?
I remember the bear. What were
There's
the
a-
other two again?
A bear, a wolf, and a hawk.
A wolf and a hawk. I will put it in the wolf. The wolf.
The wolf?
Yeah.
Walk over, take the stone circle, and place it into the hole. Nothing.
Okay, cool. Great. Awesome. Can I, like, try and figure out... Can I just, like, do an investigation check or try and figure out what it's all here for?
You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific to that. I don't know if
Because, like,
understand your
I
question.
honestly don't know what I'm doing. It's
There-
very late, so
so-
like...
To
I
relay
have
the
internal
information that you've been
process, right?
given, there are 3 statues, each with seemingly a similar sized hole to the disc that you're holding. And it said,
Right.
a fall from a tree of this height would be deadly. stay with those who might survive.
Oh, okay, so I'll put it with the bird then, I guess.
Okay. As you pull forward or place it into the bird's pedestal, it sinks in and just kind of sits there for a second. You're like, ah, fuck. And as you begin to kind of reach forward back for it, a little feather materializes about 6 inches long on top of the stone.
Okay, I'll pick up the feather.
Okay, you have a feather.
Awesome, cool.
All right. Great. What would you like to do?
He's gonna talk into the horn and see if it does anything.
What are you
He's
gonna
just
say?
gonna be like, "Hello."
It echoes pretty loudly, actually.
So much louder
Hello.
than one would expect.
Yeah, like it comes back louder than your own voice.
Does when it comes back, did like the stone that it's in shake or tremor or anything of that night?
A little bit, yeah.
He's gonna. This might be dumb, but he's gonna hit it with booming blade.
All right. Well, I will consider it an auto hit, given that it's an inanimate object.
Yeah, because he wants to see if the sound would destroy the rock.
Okay. So you take out your long sword, mutter the incantation for the spell, and just slam it right. And I'm assuming flat side first.
Oh yeah, he's not trying to destroy the horn. He's just like
Slamming it into the rim of the horn, and all of a sudden just poof! The rock shatters from underneath of it. The rocks nearby shatter and get splayed out, and you take 4 force damage.
Okay.
But the horn is now free of its rock.
he picks it up.
You got a horn. Congratulations. Alright. Smith, you just running for your dear life?
I am running for my goddamn life. If she's coming after me, I'm thunderstepping further away, but I am running for my fucking life, yeah.
Make a perception check.
Oh, that's actually decent. That's a 15.
Behind you, you do not see a creature approaching.
Okay, so if I don't see anybody coming, I'm gonna, like, get clear of where I saw the weird, like, you know how you said that there was, like, a change in the growth?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get clear of that, and then I'm gonna, like, take some time with the cloak and figure out whether or not this is the thing I'm supposed to be looking for, and then kind of look up and be like, hey, can we be done with this? Is this the thing I found? Can we be done? Can we be done?
You look closer at it, and you realize, after, you're not the brightest being in the bunch. You realize from a closer distance, it's not actually a cloak so much as on a normal human, it would probably be a mantle. But on your size of body, it's more or less a cloak.
Is this the thing, though? Is this the thing that they wanted me to find? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm still yelling into the air, like, what the fuck?
Old man yells at Sky.
Juno does not like my voice, by the way. She just jumped off of my lap.
Oh.
It's like,
Very annoyed by it. Do I get any response?
You hear a cricket off in the distance.
Son of a bitch, this isn't the thing. Alright, I'm gonna just toss it to the ground and start walking back, and I'll knock on the door.
Okay, before we get there, Eam, you are preparing yourself and pulling the thorn out?
Yes.
Okay. Let's do two things. Actually, no. Just roll another Constitution saving throw for me.
Come on. Not great. I rolled 5.
A 5. Alright. You take 12 necrotic damage,
Hell yeah.
and while you manage to pull the thorn out, you fall backwards, stunned, and it lands on top of you.
The thorn?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it takes you a moment, and you can feel it slowly searing through your shirt.
Oh, fun.
And eventually, after a few seconds, you manage to break yourself of the stun and push it off and be like,
Ugh. This is a lot for a cloak. But if this is what they want me to have, then I guess it's what I need. I'll attempt to grab the cloak.
okay. It is now on the ground because, you know, the thing holding it and the rest of the skeleton up is now broken or gone. But you managed to grab hold of the cloak. And as soon as you do, you all get whisked back into the room. Smith, your mantle's sitting on the table.
Oh, it was this! Oh, shit! You're
Wait,
just fucking with me.
that made no sense. Wait, a cloak and pants? I don't wear cloak. I don't wear anything. I mean, I wear pants, but yeah, forget it.
I have a feather.
I have a horn.
Does it look reminiscent of my feathers?
No, but you do notice on closer inspection, the cloak you set as you kind of like flap it around in the air, kind of like, what the fuck is this? It seems there's a little bit of fabric running from the arm to the back of it, into the torso, that is adorned with small embroidered feathers.
This is sick joke. I don't have wings. You know what? Forget it. I put the cloak on.
Oh, you have no sense of irony and poetic justice.
It's correct. I'm monk. All I do is meditate.
Meditate on the meaning of what a cloak with wings on it, or feathers on it, might mean.
Hey, it looks good on you.
Touche.
I'm gonna put the mantle back on and be like, you know, this is pretty neat.
It's blue. It's got like a little like silver clasp around it.
I'll put the cloak on and start to meditate.
Is the horn like pointed, or is it have a hole on both ends?
There is a small mouth hole on the
Okay.
shorter end.
Okay. He was gonna start using it as a drinking horn, but obviously that would not work.
You could use it as a bong. All right. Well, this has been quite the interesting endeavor. You're all relatively capable humans, or whatever
Now
you all are.
Live sure.
He's kind of like looks at all of you, like furrows his brow for a moment, like, sorry, I'm a little bad at distinguishing sometimes. Anyways,
That's a bit racist.
I just don't personally spend much time in the material plane.
Green.
Humans may be green, I'm not quite certain.
Oh.
I can assure you, we are not.
You don't
Unless
ever.
something very bad happened.
I mean, I've seen a few that are, to be honest, as I'm meditating.
It's quite confusing. It is no matter. Well, let us take a brief respite and have our assistants.
The words respite.
Common is such an unflavorful language.
I agree. That's why I speak in my native tongue more often than not.
Either way, a respite. You all have a little bit of a respite, and we'll make sure you get the same feeling as if it was a night's rest before we begin with the fourth and final challenge.
Oh, that's good.
So, small, young fairies or fae walk up to you each with like kind of a covered plate, and they set it down in front of all of you. Pick it up, and you see a small like tart, essentially. Blue and red berry seem to be on it.
Sensu bean.
Are you all eating your food?
Oh, I down
Yes.
that
I'll eat
shit.
it, yeah.
Smith's just like, oh, just
No.
entirely gone.
And then I'm gonna turn to the guy and I'm gonna be like, so earlier you were mentioning that we were gonna do a battle royale. I think I understand what that means. I mean, like, that means we've gotta beat each other up, right? I don't wanna kill anyone.
Oh, don't worry, my small green friend. There won't be any death. Death is quite abhorrent, and I know your species are relatively fragile. Don't worry.
No.
Our magics will ensure that you all will survive.
Pinky promise, please.
Perfectly fine. And he... Pinky promises.
Thank you.
You will all survive this encounter. If anything, you won't actually be fighting in this plane at all.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm just asking if we'll live through it. Like,
You'll
not
survive.
like- survive is a loose word.
That's the definition of live, correct? Surviving. They
mean,
hold the same
honestly-
connotation in the sentence.
You're chucking me back into the prime material once we're done. And like, I'm
You will
fine.
be
That's all
entirely
I'm here.
whole,
Also,
entirely alive. We will send you back onto the realm that we found you in.
Okay, great. I've heard that the Fae have a tendency to like play with words, and I just wanted to make sure we were all copacetic.
Oh no, we wouldn't want to. You're already here for our amusement to start with. We're not going to make any more weirdness out of this.
Thanks, Boo Boo.
I'm not quite
I appreciate you.
evil, I think the word is.
So you said you would let us know what these items do.
Oh yes, you'll find on your plates. If you just lift them back up, there will be descriptions.
I'm the last to eat the tart, by the way.
You see Smith down the thing and chatter for about 5 minutes straight without dying of poison.
Not bad.
After eating the tarts, you all feel rejuvenated, as if a long rest has happened.
Hey, take a long rest. That's good.
To make up for our
I
friends
gained
who are
back
long
my-
rest dependent.
I
Thank
gave back
you.
4 health points.
All
Yeah, I
of
am
my spell
baby.
slots.
I am baby.
All my key points back, as if I take a short rest.
So, what is this horn?
Alright, so for all of your awarenesses, words, the apron you're given prior is a butcher's bib, and the horn you have is a horn of blasting.
Oh.
Ooh.
Wheeler, you have been given a bead of force,
Good.
and the cloak you have is actually wings of flying.
This is sick joke. But I'll take it.
Buddy.
Smith, you have acquired a mantle of spell resistance.
Ooh. Oh,
And
that's nice.
Tara, you have a feather token. Specifically, a whip feather token.
Shane, before we go into Battle Royale, do you mind if we take another, 2-minute long break? I have to use the restroom so badly.
Yes, we can.
Cool.
Break time.
I'm gonna run and do that.
We'll be
Break number 2.
yeah. We'll be right back at 11 o'clock.
We drink a lot of liquids because hydration.
Yes, we're healthy.
Hydrate or
humans, I think.
dehydrate.
But anyways, we'll be right back, guys. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I saw a message. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with everything. All right. I think we should just go right back into it. So, my friends, let's not wait for the big celebration here. This could be quite fun. Let us begin.
Oh shit.
The final ceremony, the final challenge for all of you. Is simple. My internet connection is unstable, apparently.
I can
The
still
final
hear you,
challenge.
Shane.
What is internet?
Yes.
Shane, I can still
What
hear
is
you.
this? What is this
Everyone's so
challenge?
good.
We have to fight internet? What is internet? Have you
Oh,
heard of this
fucking-
creature?
I was the warning just popped up on Zoom, and I was just like, oh no. My internet, no. The final challenge. Let us begin our battle royale. And he claps his hands together, and you all are yet again whisked away into the mist. And I have to adapt roll 20. Let's up. I have to move all of you. Oh god, that's really ugly. I'm gonna talk and fix things as we go. So
Talk,
you're all
talk. Squawk, squawk, squawk.
you do the squawking, I do the talking. You are all dropped into what seems to be a bright, almost neon, purple forest with a river running through the center. Smith, you fall directly onto a tree trunk.
Oh man.
Ah, man.
Tara, you are conjured in onto a stump on the far side, looking across the little creek, and seeing Smith kind of faceplant into this log.
Oh, are you okay?
I will be, and I automatically turn into a giant ape if I can.
We will in a second. And then Gray and Eam, you both end up in the grass. Eam closer to the creek, and Gray at the far end towards the edges of the tree that Smith is currently plopped onto. I am trying my best to adjust this, but the crop on Streamlabs is not the most conducive thing in the world.
This is a really pretty map, though, Shane.
Yes. While I'm sitting here and we are doing absolutely nothing, this is not my own work. This is Z and Peku. I can plug their Patreon, or someone else can Google it and plug the Patreon real quick. They make absolutely fantastic maps. I've been a patron of theirs for like forever. I think that's all the map. Yeah.
I don't know how to spell either of those words, so I'm just not going to.
I'm just gonna dump it into chat real quick. Michaela,
Oh,
you're the absolute
Michaela.
best. Just make my girlfriend a moderator on the stream so she can do things.
I mean, we can if you want.
Yeah.
We'll sort that out later. Yeah, so Z and Peku are the map creators. They are absolutely fantastic, and the Patreon's super cheap. It's like, I think for normal use, it's like $3 to $5 per map pack, and they make all these very cool variations. Absolutely fantastic work. There's like 12. If you pay for the $5 map packs, there's like 12 variations of this map. This is just the fairy version of it.
There's a $1 version too.
Yeah.
So-
there is a absolute ton of different variants that they put out. So it's great. It's fantastic. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. So if you're a DM or you just enjoy fun things like maps, 10 out of 10 would recommend. And the music is actually by Michael Gelfi, who's another D&D creator.
Too many mics.
Too
yes.
many mics.
Too many
He's
mics.
Swiss, so I may be
Want
saying
to
things a little bit
make
wrong.
mic.
But
We're gonna have a battle royale of the Michaels.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just gonna like
You,
really
me.
jankly cover my face with this map so that way we can see better.
We need to find more Michaels and just have a D&D session of just Michaels.
Look, my name is literally Mike Wheeler. I am running. All of you who are watching the stream, I am running the Stranger Things campaign thing, either on the stream or not. Hopefully on the stream, I am running. It has to be.
All right. Yes, Kelly.
Can we get control of our icons, please?
Yes, you can. I have not recopied and pasted. You have control of yours.
Am I just stupid and like am clicking the wrong thing?
I can't control.
Yeah, I can't.
I
You
can't.
hold on. You all are. All right, I'm slow. Okay, I'm not good at this.
Insert technical difficulties.
Insert Roll20's fucking strange here.
Okay, so you should all have access to your token.
I do not.
Nope.
Are you-
Unfortunately, sir, I do not have control.
Please, sir. Please, sir. Token
Oh.
movement for us.
That explains
Really?
so much. That explains so much. I am dumb. I do this all the damn time. Roll20 is complicated. You're all on the map layer, that's why. And that's why your names weren't showing.
I can move now. I have freedom.
Master has given
Thank you,
us
sir.
control.
Thank you, sir.
Master have given Dobby a sock. Dobby is free.
Also, realizing you can't really see DD. Anyways, let's all roll initiative.
Ah!
Rimini Christmas. Roll well. Let's go.
Sorry, I'm also generically trying to find music for this. Everyone gets a sudden jump as I change the music. All right, this will bring us to combat. So 25 to 20.
20.
23 for... So Gray is 23. Smith is 20. 20 to 15.
18.
This is really loud. Holy crap. 18 for Eam. And at the end of our initiative order, was up
6.
6.
Oh.
The monster that's going to show up is going before you.
The gods behind the astral gate can fucking go before you. Alright. So that brings us to Gray going first.
We're just fighting each other.
Yep, you are flat out just trying to murk each other.
Cool.
Cool.
Cool. And I landed close to Smith and not close to Eam.
I mean, close is a relative term. You are
Whoa.
on the top end. Smith is the closest. Eam is about double that distance. Tara is on the other side of this football field.
Is this a... that's 40.
I'm in danger.
I mean, if you're actually 40 feet away, then I can't run up and hit you.
That's true.
They're also on
Come
top.
to me, bitch.
I was gonna say they're also on top of a 10-foot broad like tree.
Yeah.
Also, for sake of technicalities, you guys are all attuned to your items.
So he is going to cast Blur on himself.
All right.
And probably, is there cover nearby?
For you, not from Smith, no. It was a very large mushroom that you could probably hide under.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna go hide underneath the mushroom.
Okay. Smith, you're turning into a what?
Yeah, giant ape, please.
A giant ape. All right. Well, that makes you large now, right?
That does make me large. Also, I'm sorry for any noises in the background. My cat is currently being a cat.
So, Gray, as you sprint under this mushroom, you glance up at the top of the tree, you just see Smith's, pretty small goblin form just into a giant ape.
Bigger target to hit.
You the closest, and I'm a giant ape now, which means it's time. I will move over.
Mushroom dance. Mushroom.
Mushroom dance, whatever could it mean? So I have Blur. What does that do for my attacks?
You have disadvantage on your attack.
Okay. That's a 4 and a 1, so that is a
Negative.
that is a 13.
That is a non-hit.
Well, the one is automatically not a hit.
And then the second one, it doesn't matter. It's 16.
That does not hit.
Okay, well I am 157 hit points at you right now.
Smith mad. Smith smash.
I would like to say for flavor, I have it's mostly normal looking, but at the tips there is green,
Just the
almost just the tip, and it doesn't do anything, but there is it looks almost like when you do static shock. There's some static shock all over its body, but that's just for flavor.
The mantle at this point is just like a little hood.
Yeah. Oh, does the mantle still work while I'm big or no? When I'm
I'll
polymorph?
say you're not.
If you're, is it shapeshift or polymorph?
It's polymorph.
Because I don't think with polymorph,
No.
items because I know shapeshift it doesn't unless it specifically says.
Yeah,
Uno
and
momento, por favor.
I don't think so. That seems sus.
Target's gear melds into the new form. Can't
So
activate,
would it be
use,
worth-
wield, or otherwise benefit from any of his equipment.
So I will have advantage against saving throws.
Otherwise benefit. So no, you do not have saving throws while in ape form.
That's fine with me. This is me having just hit points, please.
Hit points, please, and thank you. All right.
That's my turn.
Eam, you just saw a giant gorilla hulk out.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. I look over at our elf friend. And I'll be like, let's agree to take care of our other friends first before we take care of each other. And I'll run 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Actually, I will use the command word to activate the cloak as an action. Fly up about 40 feet and 20 feet this way into the air, so I get a better vantage point on the gorilla and our friend.
Mhm.
And bonus action, use a key point to patient defense.
Okay. As
And
none of you see
I-
this.
Yeah, I will look over to the elf and be like,
So if suddenly, as you speak this command word, what was once just like a kind of a light connection between the elbows and the main body of the cloak sprout out further, and the embroidered wings or feathers start popping out of the fabric, and slowly reaches into large, full-fledged wings as you begin flying up into the air.
Don't hurt me!
All right. That would bring us, last but not least, to Terra.
Finally. And because it's so far away, I can't really do much. Which is great. I mean, I guess I'll just cast. I mean, I'm far. I'm so far away, but I am within range to cast Firebolt at the gorilla. So I might do that. I'm gonna do that. And then I'm gonna move 35 feet. I'm gonna move here. Because that's all I can move. So Kelly, make a dexterity saving throw, please.
I will actually. I believe that would also hit words.
Oh shit. Okay.
I think.
Bolt or ball?
Ball. Sorry, I said bolt. I meant ball.
Okay, that would definitely hit words as well, unless you're angling it so it doesn't hit him.
I mean, the fireball's not gonna. Unless you're very purposefully saying, I'm not gonna hit this person, but you also really haven't seen him because he's been behind the tree.
Though
17.
I just want to say he is underneath a mushroom, and there's a gorilla in front of him.
It's.
I was gonna say, I believe it fills the space.
It do.
Fine.
As someone who played an evocation wizard for a year and a half.
The fire
That's a-
spreads around corners.
That's a 21.
Okay, so you both take half, so you take 20 points of damage because I rolled a 40 for damage.
Okay.
That's a pretty good fireball.
That is a very
That's a-
good fireball.
That's a nasty
There's
fireball.
There's a lot of fives.
And what's the range on that fireball?
That mushroom is gone.
Yeah, the mushroom is toasty at this point. It actually looks like it'd be relatively edible. Yeah, it's a 20-foot radius sphere at 150 feet range.
I take a bite out of the mushroom as a free action.
That's a tasty mushroom.
I start tripping balls.
For the second time today.
Grow, you enlarge.
That's my turn.
You know,
You
funsies.
just sighs in the air like, oh, okay, good.
Smith, you do grow to another size class.
I grow another size class?
Welcome to the spontaneity of my mind.
I rolled a D100, and I got 100.
Do I get anything with that?
Not really, no. But you are a fucking big ape.
I think
I am the tallest I've ever been in my life.
All the rest of us are just like, oh shit, oh shit.
Gray's just like, really?
Smith starts doing like a little dance, like they're so excited.
I think the only thing it really affects is
for the first time in their life.
it just affects grappling, I think.
Okay.
In case anyone was trying to grapple the gorilla.
Oh goodness. Oh gosh.
Now we trick balls, boys. Alright, that brings us back around to Gray.
Well, I mean, he can't really do much. Then they... you know what? I guess we were too far away to hear them make a truce.
Oh, I'd say so, yeah. Actually, make a perception check, both Smith and Gray.
I nat 20, so that's a 25.
It's a 16.
Smith.
Oh, actually, hold on. Sorry, that's a 19. I have a plus 4 perception. That's an 8.
Smith, you didn't really catch all of it You did hear conversation happen. Words, you very clearly heard that.
Hey. So they're making a truce to take us out. Want to make a truce to take them out?
Shane, I'm an 8th with an intelligence of 7.
I mean, 7's reasonable.
The question is whether or not you understand what he's saying.
I was gonna say, I don't remember in Polymorph if you remember the languages you know in your normal life.
Can I make like an insight check to like see if he's like trying to be kind?
Let me realize. Let me double check real quick.
I'm checking. Hold on.
Did you keep the mental stats?
You keep the mental stats when you're.
Or no, you have the mental stats of the target.
Yes.
Sorry.
Creature is limited to the actions it can perform, and it can't speak, cast spells, or take any other action.
So that doesn't
There
say
is
whether...
nothing saying that you lose the ability to speak or understand the language, because it only changes the target's game statistics, mental ability scores. So.
Well, game statistics would count for languages.
Would they?
It's technically a part of the initial. If you are a giant ape, I will say that there is nothing language-wise that attributes there.
I will also say though that like apes do have eventually a certain amount of capacity to understand human language.
That is fair.
Eventually.
So like, can I make an insight check to try to figure out what he's saying to me?
Sure, I'll allow for an insight check to understand.
Right, and insight is a wisdom or intelligence based.
Wisdom.
That's a 14.
14. He seems to be trying to be peaceful. You're not
Okay.
100% certain if it's because he's like, ah, shit, that's a 15-foot tall gorilla, or if it's just, hey, let's be friends.
Okay. And it's not my turn yet, right?
No, it is about to be. So unless Gray wants to do anything else.
I mean, do I understand? Like, I mean, talking's a free action, so like, how would they react? Are they going to react?
I kind of do that like little awkward like, but I'm a very large gorilla. If I understood more, actually, hold on. I put out my hands like, please jump on me. Because Kelly has a dumb idea, and if Shane will let me do it, I want to do it.
Yeah, he's gonna be.
I want to chuck Gray. I want to just throw Gray at the next closest
You can
person.
certainly try.
Okay.
Oh gosh, this is gonna be a bad idea. And he gets in. He climbs in.
Okay.
Alright. Well, that brings us to Smith's turn.
Can Gray have delayed an action to attack? Because
Yeah, I was actually gonna like, can I delay casting like booming blades? Like basically prepare it. In case
Sure,
get close
I will
enough.
let you prepare the action. That doesn't mean you're going to
Okay.
get there, but if you get there, you'll be fine.
Okay.
So Shane, can I use a ranged weapon attack? Because I have technically it's called rock, but can I use Gray as a rock?
Make an athletics check.
Okay.
Yes, this is amazing.
Technically, an improvised weapon you're not used to.
Nat 20.
Okay. Second part. Gray, can you make an acrobatics check?
Acrobatics. Okay.
Can that be?
19.
Eve, you flew up there. You're watching this. You saw that gorilla just grow into a giant gorilla.
That's unfortunate.
Then you see, from under the mushroom, the gorilla reaches out, comes back with Gray in hand in one just giant meaty gorilla fist.
It's amazing.
And then all of a sudden just, boom,
Also
it gets
unfortunate.
launched. And then after a second, you realize Oh, he's coming right towards you. Make your attack roll.
At disadvantage because I have patient defense.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Can I do any?
Feel like
Can I do any bludgeoning damage with Gray as the object of bludgeoning or no?
No.
No. Okay, this is fine. I'm okay with
Because he's
this.
not going
This
to
is
careen in. Like, he's either going to stab him or careen into him. There's one of two
Okay.
options.
17.
17 misses.
How does 17 miss?
I've got a good armor class.
No! What
You
is
just
your...
fly through the airs. Oh! And as soon as you try to slash into him, he just spins out of the way a little bit midair, and you just careen. How high up in the air were you, Eam?
I was about 40 feet in the air.
Let me double check something, because I always forget the actual die for this. Okay, so that's
It's a d6 per 10 feet, if I recall.
So you fly through the air, arcing, and as you kind of are like, oh shit, flying through the air, arms waving, you slam face first into the stalk of the mushroom all the way over here. And you take 14 bludgeoning damage.
That was almost worth it. Because the thing is, I rolled an 18 and a 17.
Armor class is 18. Patient defense.
So
motherfucker.
close.
Patient
So
defense.
close.
All right. Would you like to do anything else, Smith? Seeing your friend fly through the air, and you just hear the distant sound of "Oh!"
Smith is on the ground, fucking dying in laughter. That's their whole action, but they will, or their bonus action to do that, and then they will move. How far can I move as an aim? Sorry, please hold while I try to figure out how far.
40 feet.
40 feet. I will move 40 feet closer. And how tall am I? Just out of curiosity.
Probably about 15 feet tall.
Okay. If he's 40 feet in the air, I can't go.
Yes.
But, you know, I'm close enough.
Also, Gray, you are prone, in case that wasn't clear.
I thought I landed on my feet. I'm a cat.
No, you landed on your face. There's a wee bit of a difference there. See, that's the repercussion to the human catapult.
That had the potential to be so good.
I know, it was so close. It
It
was
still
so...
was good for me.
Oh, it was great.
Oh god. That was a plan. Quick thinking. Execution was like a C-. Alright. Eam, it is your turn.
I have a +7 to attack, too.
You
so I
just
rolled low.
barely dodged out of the way as Gray flew through the air like a goddamn rock launched out of a trebuchet. And now the gorilla has climbed over the tree and is directly underneath you.
Oh, perfect. I will. I told gorilla. I will. Oof. I am going to fly down 40 feet, so I still have 20 feet left. And I will attack with my unarmed strike.
So, pop, pop.
Yeah, pop, pop.
Alright, make a 2 attack rolls.
First one is a 15.
It's
I'm also going
to help your life out. I have an AC of 12.
Okay. I'm also going to use a key point to stunning strike. So I need you to make a con save for me.
Okay. Ooh, that's a nat 1.
You are stunned.
That's fine.
You take 8 points of damage. I'm going to roll with advantage on my second strike. Holy fuck, I rolled 2 nat 20s. So that is a 28 to hit. That is 13 points of damage.
Only 13.
Yeah, I
Still on the
rolled a
hundreds.
4 on the d6. And then I'm going to use... bonus action. I'm going to use my Searing Arc Strike to use... three key points to cast Burning Hands as a bonus action for my Searing Arc Strike at 3rd level. Stunned, I think you automatically fail dex saves.
I believe so, yes.
So you take 4d6 fire damage.
Okay, let me know.
Automatically fails strength and dex.
Okay, so yeah, 4d6. You take 16 points of fire damage, and then I immediately fly back at an angle 20 feet. So I think I get about... So I get down here, and then I fly back, I think, right here. No reaction because you're stunned. And in the air about probably between 10 and 15 feet.
Okay. Good to know.
And you are stunned until the start of my next turn.
That brings us around to Tara. A lot of shit just happened in front of you.
Uh-huh. Yeah, a lot. I'm going to look at Greg, because he's right there. And I'm just gonna be like, alright. Change of plans. And I'm gonna cast I'm just gonna cast Lightning Bolt at him. So you need to roll a dexterity saving throw. Of 15. Again.
Alright, I'm going to use my d20 because... just barely hit 15.
Okay. Just give me a second to do math. That's not great. So it's 28 halved.
So 14 lightning damage.
14.
14 lightning damage. And then I'm gonna move this way. And I'm gonna just try and stay as far away from everyone as I possibly can. And that's my turn.
Alright.
Not as exciting as everyone else, but that's okay.
That's exciting as the chaos it's assuming. Alright. Great, that brings us to your turn as you get hit with a lightning bolt.
Well, I stand up, so I can't really do anything else.
Got 15 feet of movement.
Yeah. Everyone's too far away. I'm just gonna cast Scorching Ray then at probably aim.
Okay. So 3 separate attack rolls. Or higher if you're using a higher level spell slot. No, you can't, so it's just 3.
So first one is I rolled an 18 plus 5.
Okay, so hit.
Second one does not hit. And then I rolled another 18.
So 2 hit.
So That's 9 damage and 5 damage.
14. Cool. Okay. Ah. Not fun.
Yeah, you see Gray, after slamming into a mushroom, falling onto the dirt, stands up, brushing himself off for a moment, just like, alright, fuck this. And 3 blasts of fire shoot out. 1 soaring right past Smith's head, and 2 just pelting right into Eam as he flies through the air. Cool. Smith.
I'm stunned.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know you're here.
Smith is doing a little song in their head. I don't know if any of it comes out, but they're singing. That's
Eam.
it. That's my turn.
What you got to, Eam? That was English, I promise.
So I think they become unstunned.
Yeah.
But I'm going to take my movement since I'm out of range, I think.
Are you out of range, though?
They are large.
'Cause if I remember correctly, a giant ape has reach of 10 feet.
Well, I moved about 12 feet out of their range because it's at an angle up. So
Yeah, but 12 feet doesn't...
Yep, I got a 10-foot reach.
The math don't work like that, Wheeler. Remember, you can't have half it.
I'm okay with that. I'm gonna move back to about. Actually, why is it doing this? I'm gonna
So
move
I
back.
can make a Gorilla Boy opportunity attack on him.
1 fist attack.
I do a punch.
The old punch.
They're 21 to hit.
That'll hit. I move up and at an angle, so I'm about 30 feet off the ground now, but up. Actually, 25 feet off the ground.
Okay.
14 points of damage.
Nope.
As you fly away, you kind of get smashed further into the air, kind of accelerating you a little bit.
Dope.
Yeet.
I'm gonna use my. I'm gonna use my action. How far, if I'm about 25 feet off the ground, am I from my sword armored compatriot / enemy?
25 feet or 15 feet in the air, I would say a 30-foot range could probably hit.
Okay. Then I will use my action to attack and use 2 of my Radiant Sunbolts to try and smash into big boy Chungus man with armor.
Alright, make 2 attack rolls.
They are at disadvantage.
Correct, because you are at Blur. I don't think the first one will hit anyways. The first one was a 11.
Nope.
The second one, I rolled a nat 1, so that also doesn't hit. But I hit your blurred images.
Yeah.
Not that that changes anything. And then I will use a key point to take patient defense again as a bonus action.
Okay.
Not that I can reach you anyways.
Yeah. Gray, you just see 2 glowing amber bolts just...
He's like, you freaking magic casters.
It's not magic, it's the sun.
It's the same thing.
Praise the sun. Alright, that brings us to Tara's turn. You got some Dragon Ball Z shit going on in front of you.
I do. And I'm gonna go this way. Actually, no. I'm gonna go this way. And...
Hiding under a mushroom.
Yeah, just gonna like try and stay out of everything here, but I am going to... Oh, you know what? Let me go here. I'm gonna cast Scorching Ray at Gray. I'm sorry, I keep bullying you. I apologize.
Yeah, they're at disadvantage.
I know. So let's see if anything.
That's the only solace that I have.
Aren't you glad you cast that spell early on?
Oh yes.
So the first one doesn't hit. Second one is a 19.
I'm gonna cast shield.
Okay.
So it almost
Next one
arcs through.
is a 26 to hit for the last one.
Disadvantage?
Yeah, I rolled a 19 and a natural 20.
Oh gosh.
Oh, so close.
Yeah,
I know.
that's that the last one hits.
Okay.
Yeah, the first
It's
one.
not a lot.
The first one flies over top and kind of careens, blasting some of the parts of the mushroom out.
So
The second-
that's 9 points of damage for you.
The second one, you quickly put your hand out in front of you, and it just blasts against the barrier of the force. The third one crashing right through, cracking and just nailing you right in the chest, knocking you back a bit.
Yep, and I'm just gonna try and hide underneath this mushroom right here.
All right, that brings us back around to Gray.
How high up is Eam?
He's I think 15 feet in the air. It's about
15 feet?
He's like 30 feet away from the total.
I'm 25 feet up.
25 feet up.
Okay. I'm gonna move up and use the command word on my horn of blasting
Okay.
and blast him because that's the only way I'm be able to reach him.
So that's a 30 foot cone. You're just blasting it straight up.
At Eam.
All right, make a con save, Eam.
Oh damn, not good at these. Hold on. Constitution. That's a 16. Not horrible.
Yeah,
Cool.
you actually pass it. It's a 15 save, so. So you take 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage.
Yeah, just see him run up underneath you, just pull this giant bull's horn out, and as he blows into it, just it knocks you into the air a little bit. You're kind of dazed and confused for a second.
And it does not blow up.
Yeah. All right, Smith.
Smith is gonna head over here. How high up is Eve?
25 feet. So
25?
If you're 15 foot tall, you have a 10-foot reach.
Okay, cool.
yeah, I'm gonna say you can punch him.
Okay. Dope. I will punch Eam.
Punch.
Disadvantage because I'm patient defense, by the way.
Okay, that doesn't hit for the first one. And then second one. Ooh, second one also does not hit, probably. Nah, neither of them hit. They're like in the early 12s.
Smith in ape form just runs up and starts jumping and swatting at you. And you just kind of.
Smith is doing a stack of hit points right now. It's fine.
All right, Eam, what do you have to say about this punishment?
Bonus action after using a key point, step of the wind to disengage.
Okay.
Let me make sure that I put it down. I only have one left, which is okay. I will, doing so, fly back toward.
I still get an attack of opportunity on you.
You're 25 feet below me.
If you're 10 feet away from me, I still get an attack of opportunity.
Well, I have Sentinel.
Also, he
that's the
disengaged, so it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
never mind.
No, I have Sentinel.
Well-
That's the only reason why I said, but I forgot that you're 25.
Yeah, I actually will move back just across the creek, so to speak.
One of my nicknames is Cricket, so it's like, are you talking to me again, Wheeler? What are you saying?
So they're about 30 feet from me. I will. I'll look back at my friend for now on the mushroom and be like, we need to take care of this. And I'll use my 2 radiant sunbolts and throw 1 at each of the individuals.
Okay. Make 2 attack rolls. 1 with disadvantage because of
Blur.
blur,
Is
blur, blur,
Blur
blur.
still up since technically he got hit? I don't know the spell. I know the Cloak of Displacement.
Oh, it's concentration. I'm so bad at this.
Oh yeah.
I believe you've been hit. You had the
He
so-
took the damage from the fall
Yeah, so it's a DC 10 con save.
twice. Because I don't think he took more than 10 on that.
Yeah, so just make 2 DC 10 con saves.
I passed both.
Okay, so you still have concentration.
A +7 to Constitution. So.
Pretty easy barrier.
Yeah,
Should I be making them as polymorph too, or no?
That's a good question that I never remember the answer to, and I believe the answer is yes.
I don't remember how much damage I've taken for each thing.
You took 13 from me on the first one, so DC 10, and then you took 17, so DC 10 as well.
Okay. That's a 9. Wait, hold on. Am I using my stats for this, or?
Yes, because it's not mental stats.
Okay, cool. So
Well,
would I have advantage?
Are you a warcaster? Or
No, but I have
whatever?
advantage on all. No, that's just for spell. Sorry. That's a 5 or a 10 exactly, and then I'm fine.
Okay. And we'll just try to remember.
Yeah.
Because concentration's hard to remember in every single DM in the
Concentration
world.
is crazy. Okay, so I'll take my 2 radiant bolt attacks, 1 at each of these individuals.
Alright. 2 attack rolls then. 1 with disadvantage.
I don't think the one against words is going to hit because that's an 11.
No.
The one against Big Boy Chungus is a 22.
That do hit.
That do hit. Big Boy Chungus takes it.
You only take 6 points of radiant damage.
You've gotten me under 100 now. Congratulations.
Yay!
And I succeed on my save.
And then I'll take the rest of my movement, which should be... I'll move next to the wizard.
Okay. Are you staying up in the air, or are you going down?
Yeah,
to the ground?
I'm moving at an angle, so now I'm about 30 feet up in the air.
Okay.
I think I did the math right on the movement.
That sounds about right. Alright, Tara.
Okay, I am going to. Sorry, I had a plan and then things changed, so now I don't have a plan. I think I'm just gonna do another fireball at both of them.
Alright. Dexterity saving throws.
I do not save.
Sorry, guys.
I
This is like
do.
the only thing that I can do.
That's safe. That's fair because, like, as soon as I'm out of Smith, I'm back to a shit ton of lightning damage at everybody.
I mean, I'm a melee user fighting someone flying and magic users. Like, I'm SOL.
You have a lot of hit points, though, I will say. So
I have a lot of hit points, but it doesn't do me any good if I can't hit anybody.
This is why you got spells, though. You got Firebolt.
Yeah, I used it.
So that's 22.
22.
72 hit points.
We're getting there,
Also-
guys.
on saves.
I saved. I rolled an 18 on the die. I'm fine.
That's fine, yeah. Alright, Gray.
Oh, and I'm gonna move. Here.
Gray, it is your turn.
Yeah, I can't do anything other than look at the monkey and tell her to throw me again.
They are willing to throw again if you want.
Yeah, I mean, that's all he can do. Like, he can't do anything else. He can't reach anybody. Like, he doesn't have any range spells. So, like, that's all he can do is be thrown and prepare his attack. And he's gonna... It's probably too far away to throw to Terra, so I guess at Eam again.
Alright, what action are you preparing?
Booming Blade again.
Okay.
Alright, Smith will do another toss.
Alright, you know the deal. 1 athletics, 1 acrobatics.
Ooh, sorry, buddy. That is a 12 for trucking you.
It's a 15 acrobatics.
I'll say, just because you are a fucking gorilla, make the attack with... I'll say you can make the attack. I'd say do so at disadvantage.
Okay.
I see that face, Wheeler.
This time, say 20 something.
20 will hit.
Yeah. Okay. So that's 6 on the long sword. And 2d8. 11 damage on the thunder. And if you move, you take another d8, 1d8.
Okay.
And then I'm assuming I'm going to take fall damage.
Yeah, you're gonna take 3d6 for fall damage.
Which could kill me.
That does bring Eam technically to 0 hit points. So
Words, you take 14 fall damage.
Doesn't take me down to 0, but it's really darn close.
As you swing through the air and kind of fly through, kind of waving around, this is not as coordinated as your first attempt. But you manage to cleave your sword into Eam. As soon as you do so, Eam explodes into a cloud of dust. Purple and pinks and blues just shower down.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no! Smith is very upset.
Everyone's dead. Congratulations, you all were dying in the first place.
The least
Prone.
amount of hit points. I should have already died by now.
It's called
You've been-
strategy.
You were hiding the entire time.
You were like across the map.
You've literally been
think
like,
there's a
fuck
reason for
this,
that.
I'm not getting closer than 100 feet from anyone.
And then just blowing
Eam
everything
just got a couple of bad hits. He also doesn't have a lot of hit points, so.
Oh, Eam.
Alright. Well, that will bring us... Smith, do you want to move or anything?
Also,
Smith will get closer. Smith will do their 40-foot movement.
Okay.
Which is-
Words also make your con save if you haven't. 14 damage, so you are just 10.
Yeah. I rolled a 20. So.
Okay. All right.
I'm down to like 8 hit points, so I was like, I'm gonna risk it.
For the
Dying.
biscuit.
Yeah, risk dying.
I mean, the math would never have worked out that you did die. You just would have potentially been punched immediately by Eam.
Which would have if I didn't take
Oh,
him out.
now that I think about it, I could have taken a sentinel attack when he moved by me.
Well,
The first time. It
Watch
doesn't.
him as it goes.
because he's
No. I'm for this. If you want to take a sentinel attack right before you go down, I would visually. I think that would be a pretty epic.
make an attack with disadvantage.
I'll take it. You know, just for funsies.
Yeah, I would.
I'll let
If-
you. I let you pull a Goku and just like fireball him as soon as he gets close.
Yeah, I'll do. Okay, I'll do the. It's not gonna hit. I promise you. Yeah, it's a 9. It's just
no.
a.
You s- You try to swing and just as soon as your sword makes contact, he just into a cloud of purple and pink sparkly dust.
The punch is about to hit you, and then I poof away.
All right, Tara.
All right.
You just saw Eam go poof, and
Oh,
the
no.
gorilla's running right at you.
Oh, great. I'm
Oh
gonna...
no, the gorilla has stopped and is currently looking in between the almost down ally and the small wizard lady.
I poof away.
I'm going to, in a panic, cast color spray.
I didn't realize Ian was so low in health.
All right.
So I'm looking at
Um,
the stream and it showed you had more.
It's a little slow, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Color spray.
Oh, wait, no, it's within 15. Well, I'm within 15 feet, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, yep. So hold on while I do some mathies. So, it's 31. Someone please remember that number, because I'm gonna forget it. Technically it goes to the person that has the lowest hit points, and then the rest of the hit points go to the other person,
Well, here's the thing, though.
I think.
Gray is 25 feet away from you.
Oh, is he? Well, then I would have moved up to get him. I would have moved here.
He's still 20 feet. Okay, so you're gonna angle,
Yeah.
and technically you're still within range, so you don't get an attack of opportunity. So yeah, Gray gets affected first because you do not have 31 hit points remaining, I believe.
So what just happened?
You are blinded and hit by this bright light, and it takes hit points away from you, basically.
Is there a save or
No,
anything?
it doesn't. It literally just blinds him.
Okay, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
And
So at least he's blinded, and then I'm gonna back up a bit.
Like-
because I'm more scared of him than I am of the gorilla. Sorry, Kelly.
No, that's fair.
so it's
I'm
color
just a
spray.
gorilla.
So
it's color
you
spray
roll
blinds, technically, yeah.
15-foot cone. You roll for how much health you can affect, similar to like Cloud Kill, I think.
Okay.
And like sleep.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you are the lowest creature with hit points because Smith
Yeah.
still has like 70 something.
I'm at 72.
So
So-
I'm blind.
You are blind. Smith, you just saw a shiny light.
And I'm gonna try and stealth hide.
Okay,
somewhere.
well you get punched by Smith first, potentially.
That I'm fine with that.
Oh, if they are
I know-
within my
I know
range,
Smith's
I was-
gonna kill me in like 2 seconds.
Smack, smack.
Okay.
I will do a punch.
It's okay.
I rolled a 6 plus 9, so I most defo hit you.
Yeah, if that's a 15.
Well,
my
fortunately,
armor class is a 15.
For you, I rolled shit, so that's only 8 hit points.
Okay. That's not bad.
I rolled 2 ones out of my 3D. Oh, hold on. 3d10 plus 6. I've been rolling this wrong the whole time. So that's 8 plus 6. So that's 14.
14.
So I need to add 6?
So 8 plus 6 hit points. So
You take
if you were
14
to-
damage.
I just
14
yeah,
damage.
No, but I had already written down the other one, so I had to fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
No,
I
it's
did not
okay.
realize it was
I
a plus
just-
6. Certain people would be out a lot sooner.
We all make mistakes. It's okay.
It's okay.
All right. Gray, you're blind. Actually, Dee Dee, since you wanted to hide behind that stump, make a stealth check.
It's not great. I think it's it's a 10.
Okay.
No, it's a 11.
Good to know. Gray,
Do I
you're
make-
blind.
I'm assuming I can't make a perception check.
You can certainly fucking try.
A nat 20?
Nice.
So 25?
You can hear the internal gurgling of Smith's stomach.
What if I use my hawk?
That is different. So let me double check, because I always forget polymorph, or not polymorph, find familiar in terms of how it works in... Well, it's... What's the... Because the spell has a certain type of action, but then also as an action, you can do other things. You can, as an action, you can see through your familiar's eyes and hear what it sees until the start of your next turn.
Okay, no, then I'm not going to use it because I don't want to use an action to do that. So I'm just going to go with that 25.
Okay.
So-
You hear the gurgling of Smith's stomach. You hear someone not so quietly walking through the leaves off in the distance.
Can I discern that they are that in that area?
I mean, the last time you saw them before you got blinded, they were roughly in that direction, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to move in that direction because he's not going to turn on his ally. And can I make the attacks?
Make both attacks with disadvantage.
Okay, so he's going to Booming Blade, the first one.
You either make 2 attacks or you cast Booming Blade.
Well, I have Warcaster.
So, okay, so that's
Or
Booming Blade, then bonus action attack. There's a distinction there.
when I use an action to cast a cantrip, I can make a weapon attack as a bonus action.
Yes, so you get Booming Blade and then the attack. Booming Blade has an attack as part of it, but it is distinct from a second attack.
Yeah, I'm going to use Booming Blade and then as a bonus action use a second attack.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. You said 2
Yeah.
attacks and Booming Blade.
Sorry, yeah, that's what I was meaning was Booming Blade and then a normal attack.
Yeah, just making sure.
Yeah. First one's 17.
Yep.
That's 9 plus 2d8, 8, and 2, so 19 on the first attack. And then a regular old attack. 22.
My armor class is a 15.
So that's another 9 damage.
Alright, I'm still up.
You know what? Just because he's so,
Here comes the accent judge.
just because he's so hurt, he's gonna action surge.
Like I said, here
Yeah.
comes the action surge.
Does that mean I can cast Booming Blade again because it's a full action, or is it just a regular attack?
I believe you can cast the spell
I-
as part of
it
Action
also
Surge.
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter because I have 4 hit points left.
Well, he could miss.
I could miss. I could miss. I could roll really badly.
For all intents and purposes, let's just say, just make the attack roll.
20.
That's a hit. So, narrating this from Smith's perspective, because I feel like this is the funniest part. You see your blinded friend run forward, like sprint. He stumbles and almost trips himself on a tree, and he kind of catches himself, keeps running forward, careens into Terra, just sing, sing, and then as they stumble back, the two blades, or two cuts slashing into their armor, another one swings down into their shoulder, and poof, they explode into a cloud of pink and purple dust.
I never got to use Blight. I was waiting until the next round.
Sucks to suck.
Smith is shocked, but Smith knows what they have to do, and they like. If your turn's over, Smith is gonna walk forward.
Oh, he ain't
and
got
just
shit. He ain't
Smith
got
smash.
shit.
Do you still have?
Blur. I still have blur. I just rolled
So-
just in case if I forgot to do one.
Two
Does
attack rolls with
blindness-
disadvantage.
Does
Or,
blindness negate?
I
Or
don't
no,
think
blindness
so.
would be still up anyways.
Um,
Would it be up anymore? Because she's technically dead.
It's not concentration, so hold on.
You can't see where I'm coming from.
Starting with the creature that has the lowest current hit points.
I think it would just
This
make it
spell is
regular.
So fucking hard to read.
I feel like it would be negate each other.
Yeah, it
No,
would
I
just
mean
be
I don't think
regular.
I don't think blindness affects it at all.
Yeah, blur's just a spell.
No, but like, do I have advantage on him because he's blind?
Yeah, attack rolls do have
they-
disadvantage. I did not know that. So yes, it would be a straight up roll.
Okay. First one is a 21.
Actually, wait. When was Terra's last turn? You just had cast that, correct? Okay, he's still
Yes.
blind. Yeah.
First one's-
Would I be able to use shield as a reaction?
You can't see the attack, so I don't think so. Unless it specifies you don't have to see it.
When you are hit by an attack or targeted by a magic missile.
Yeah, technically you can use shield for that. Yeah.
So he's gonna use shield for that.
Okay. Second attack. That fell off my desk. Nope. That's a 3 plus 9, an 11.
12.
12. Thank you.
I'm dead, but I'm here for the math.
It's
You hear
midnight, Emma.
you hear a detached voice just whisper
Blur.
12.
That's my turn. I am Big Gorilla.
All right.
Okay. Technically you're no longer blind because Terra's turn would have passed.
All right.
So you can see the gorilla that just tried to beat the ever-living shit out of you.
And he's gonna attack back.
Stab, stab.
And I just rolled a 19, which is a crit.
Yeah, it is. It is because you have the butcher's apron.
Mm-hmm.
So
For
that,
the booming blade. And so that's 18 on the sword. Does it double the damage of the booming blade too?
it doubles all the damage of all the dice you roll.
Okay.
Normally I just do you can roll double the amount of dice, but most people
another
don't do that.
So just roll the 4d8 instead of 2d8.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 8 plus 6 is 14 plus 8. So 22.
22. 22 points of damage?
That's on the booming blade port, and I had 18. So it was 18 plus 22, so that was
40.
so that'd be 40 damage.
You said, what was the first one? 18?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm at 32 hit points. I rolled a 16 plus 5. I think I'm fine.
Yes.
Okay.
If
So
you
I'm-
just made it.
Cool.
The DC was 21.
And
All right.
then he's going to attack a second time. Dice are doing me good, so
That's fine. Smith is still
let's.
up.
Can I
Smith
get a
is still very large.
Yeah, so this is your bonus action attack.
Yes. 9 plus 7.
That hits. I have an AC of 12.
Okay.
When you're that big,
Not
That's
very hard to hit.
So that's 9 more points of damage.
I just have I started with 157 hit points.
Yeah.
so 9
Another
more.
9?
Yep.
Okay.
You get 1 hit on me, but I got 2
I'm
more spell
fine.
slots.
All right, Smith. Just duking it out. Just
That's a 19 to hit for the first one.
He's gonna cast shield.
Okay. And 18 to hit for the second.
That misses.
Okay, that's my turn.
Oh gosh. Same thing.
the gorilla just beating down on this shield of force. Just.
Okay, so the first that hits,
Okay.
because it was a 15 plus. I rolled a 15, so.
Let me know how much
longsword-
damage it is, because I'm relatively low right now.
6 plus 8 plus 2, 16.
Still a gorilla, just barely. And that was 16. I made my save. Save.
I just rolled a nat 20. I can take a picture.
Nope.
Come for me.
of
Come for me.
we Gucci.
Be Gucci. I believe you.
Luckily, that's the bonus action attack, so not the booming blade.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's fine. You're gonna take Smith out, but so just roll, and then let
Out
me know
of
how much it is.
gorilla form.
Yeah.
Out of gorilla form.
Nice.
Sorry.
19.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna move your token really quickly because I feel like this is important.
So, 12 points of damage to normal Smith. But Smith is still up, but Smith is fine.
This is when this battle ends.
Yeah, because
Literally.
Smith is about to cast a spell, and I'm not going to be able to do anything against it.
Smith shrinks down and is just like, hide! And claps their hands and casts Shatter. Please make a DC 15 saving throw.
Of
Con, I
save.
believe.
con? I'm
Con.
good with con.
I'm casting it at third. So that's 48.
This is 18.
Alright,
But
you
I still
make
take
it.
half, right?
So you're taking
Yeah.
half damage.
Which
You
I
have
have
to
8.
roll above a 16.
Yeah, I have 8 health.
Okay, you're dead. I rolled an 8 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus another 4. Because I get 4 for rolling. I cast a lightning or
21,
thunder.
yeah.
Yeah.
21 points of damage.
And he's like,
Normally halved.
Yeah. Gray swings forward, digging his blade into the gorilla's hide. And at that point, just as Smith just claps their hands, just poof, a shockwave emanates out from them,
A
and
good sunny move.
Gray just explodes into a cloud of dust, just outward mostly because of the explosion of the. And then Smith, as you kind of reminisce and like look at all the colors, and you're like, "Wow, that was cool." All of a sudden, just zoom, you are teleported back to the main gala space. For those of you who had died earlier, as you die, you are brought back to the gala space, seeing that your table is now replaced with a large crystalline dome showing the battlefield. And one by one, just Eam just goes and appears. Then Terra. Then Gray. And last but not least, in a bright display of colors and smoke and some fireworks shoot up off the ground, Smith just appears as if from peering out of the stage at a metal show.
Smith also does prestidigitation and makes more lightning shoot out of their fingertips.
And as you arrive, the raucous applause of all the Fae from their daises.
Are we up, or are we still unconscious?
Oh, you're up. You're awake.
Okay.
You actually
I
have
go-
taken no damage in reality.
I pick up Smith and I put them on my shoulder and just kind of lift them up.
I give you, like, you know when,
It
like,
was-
a
it
toddler
was a
hugs
fight.
your head when, like, you do something like that? They're doing that.
Yes, that was.
It was a good fight.
It was a very good fight. He's like, you are very formidable.
You're a formidable trick. That's for sure.
Well, well, this is quite the development. Everyone, the Spring Court champion has won the Fair Games. And the MC slowly walks down. Well, my friend, you are the victor of the day. The Spring Court won for the year. I'm curious, what kind of boon would you want from the Fae?
First of all, I turn towards Queen Galesma of the Spring Court, and I just do a big old thumbs up. And then I'm just gonna be like, well, me and my buddy Phil, we're going through a little bit of a rough patch, and we just want to make sure that we're okay. I don't know what that means for us, but I care about her, and I know she's going through a lot right now. I don't really have anything I want. This just sounded like fun.
Huh. Well, by all means. If you had fun, I guess this is...
Like, keep Phil safe, please. Phil's a Mac. That's all I ask.
We'll see what we can do.
Okay. I mean, I'm doing a pretty bang-up job, like, if you send me back. But, like...
Well, that we can do. Thank you all for your participation. And he just snaps his fingers, and you all back to your respective realms.
Back to my home game I go. Alright. Do I still have the beads of force?
Yes, you all do still have your items.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
And that's
Hey.
where we'll end tonight.
Hell yeah.
That was fun.
Hell yeah.
That was fun.
That was really fun. Thank you, Shane.
No problem. I don't know if anyone actually cares to do... I know when I advertised this, said we could talk afterwards about the encounter. If anyone has any questions or any comments or any things or stuff. This goes to chat as well, if any of you have questions or comments about the encounter.
If you want to, just one thing, if you want to do the switch the scene so you can see your face and not the D20 map.
Haha.
I mean, quick thing. I don't really have any questions about the encounter. It was fun. I like doing random things.
Yeah.
It makes for a fun time.
Battle Royale is very interesting. I mean, I understand putting the magic user on the other end of the map, and that made it so hard for Gray.
If it makes you feel better, it was entirely at random.
Oh, I figured it was. Like, I don't think it was like, you know, but that just, I was like, oh gosh, there's no way. But the throwing was fun.
Yes, your various treaties
You
definitely
now
threw me
know
for a loop.
what it feels like to be thrown.
Yeah.
Coming from the other end.
Yes. Yes, instead of Neocon throwing, Sunny.
Do we have? I don't think that as far as I saw in chat, it doesn't look like we have any questions. Do we want to talk about quickly what's coming up? Because I need to get to bed because I'm driving early in the morning.
Oh yes. I know. I'm hopefully next week. If not next week, then definitely the week after. I will be running a one shot. And then hopefully within that time frame, I know I'm going to be starting a campaign as well. Those are the two, like, one shots and campaign from me as DM.
Hopefully starting not this coming week on Tuesday, but the week after, depending on what I have set up. Me specifically, hopefully, fingers crossed, based off what I have in the house. And because we're completing a pretty decent sized story arc at home, I'll be starting my campaigns on Tuesdays. They start around 7:30 Eastern time. Some of us have work until 7 o'clock, so we have to wait. But that'll be coming up. And then most likely starting this week, actually, we will have Thursday nights before Critical Role, for those of you who are watching and are avid followers. We'll have about a 1 to 2.5 hour stream of me, currently only me, painting minis, just random stuff I have at home that I can paint. But if you want to have some inkling of an idea how to start painting minis for your home campaign or just in general, you can definitely watch that, and I will do my best to walk you through. As a complete amateur, I am no pro at all, but I will be there to assist you with any questions and try to make sure that I pay attention to chat while I'm painting, so that you can see the base kind of artistic aspect that goes into mini painting. But that will be something that comes up in the very near future. So
Cool. And look out for, at some point, I have not a solid definitive timeline on this, but I will be putting together a campaign on Fridays at 8 p.m. in the future. So keep your eyes peeled for that. I already have some inkling of cast, including our lovely Kelly and Words. So
Yes.
it's going to be
I already
fun.
have my character fucking done. I'm so excited.
Yeah. In case anyone's wondering, from the past 2 streams we've done, Kelly makes Chaos Gremlins at all times.
correct.
Pip
and Smith.
Yeah, trust me.
If we know anything about Kelly, it's a character of chaos, and I is in the middle of the name.
How many characters have you made for me,
Not
Kelly?
for this one.
6?
Actually, no. For this one, technically, she does have one at the beginning. At least 6, yeah.
Yeah, and every time, more or less, it's there's one character. Zaita is the only one that was not a gremlin.
Yeah.
And
they
and
have the
Zarel.
potential.
Zarel was not a gremlin. Zarel was just hanging out.
Zarel was trying their best.
But yeah, so keep your eyes peeled. I'm mostly trying to find more players at this point. So,
Yeah, I got. Hopefully, I think my campaign will be on Wednesday or Sunday.
Mine
Probably
is on
Wednesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Probably Wednesday.
I think I said that.
We're trying to keep roughly a solid amount of content up throughout the week. We're just taking our time getting everything going. Yes, Ronan, this is one. Well, technically all of my campaigns have that same mechanic in it, but depends. But we're trying to keep up a schedule of content most days of the week. So, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, maybe Sunday, who knows, something special sporadically. And I think Monday we just all are nope, Monday's a tired day. Most of us have a campaign on Monday.
Yep.
Home campaign, yeah.
That's our private, where we just get to relax and not be on the stream.
Yeah. Last thing from me is we do have a YouTube channel, so if you would like to watch our streams VOD, we do have a YouTube channel that you'll be able to watch them on. If, for instance, you have things that you have to do at night, like most of us sometimes will have to do, you can definitely watch them on our channel. It is Stream of Many Things, just like the name of this channel. On YouTube, subscribe, don't know if we're necessarily going to get monetized, but that's not what we're doing for anyways. We're just trying to have fun and enjoy each other's company. So
Yeah, and guys, follow us on Twitter and Instagram, stream of MT as well.
I need to get Nightbot in here so we can just be like, Nightbot, socials, go.
With stream elements, we can have it just post every so often if we wanted to.
Yeah, we'll figure out the technology
Oh, yeah.
eventually.
We have the technology.
We'll figure out the technology.
Speaking of links, I did post the Discord invite link again, and we'll try and get that into the Twitch page profile thing at some point, in case any of you want to tag along and get announcements and get told ahead of time whenever we're doing things. I think that's all of the technical mumbo jumbo out of the way.
Yeah.
So thank you all for coming. Thank you all for supporting this first endeavor into this weird mechanical situation that I put myself in and put all my friends through.
Yep.
We're all very glad to have you. Hope to see you around more. And I don't have a cool one-liner to end this on. Stay cool, stay frosty. I don't know.
Yeah.
Stay frosty.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys. Love you.
Bye.